community, there is this intrinsic desire to understand the community from every angle. And that being an athlete is just one side of the ecosystem of CrossFit. And I think it's really remarkable to see athletes want to continue to expose themselves to more perspectives that just bring out the best in CrossFit as a whole.
Recover. Okay, I'm good with that right now.
Yeah.
I like
with
it.
The angle?
Yeah, I like that angle you're creating. Really
good.
You're
a cute angle.
Yeah, you're a cute angle.
Aww,
yeah, for
that's
sure.
A nice
anytime,
compliment.
anytime. I think people get this confused a lot. They think games athletes are superhuman robots. You know, we just eat, sleep, train, and in reality, we're all just human beings pursuing the same thing, better health. Do you think anyone wants to be my partner?
I can't do your weight, but I'll be your partner.
Let's go. We're rocking. That was easy.
I mean, I don't have to do your weight, right?
Yes, Scott. No, you don't. When I get to interact with just regular people that show up an hour a day, a couple times a week to hit a workout, it's my favorite part of the gym. It's my favorite part of working out. I get to meet so many cool people who have the same mission, just on a lower scale. You know, I'm trying to achieve the top end of what's possible, and they're just trying to constantly achieve better health and fitness. So we're both on this mission. I just do it up here. So we can relate a lot to each other. Anyone that pursues health and fitness in CrossFit, I have so much to talk with them about, so much to relate to them with, and I'm so excited to get to know all the people in class. Partner, how we do?
You did pretty good. I did all right, I guess.
No, you did great. How old are you?
43.
Okay, guys, he's literally me plus 20. CrossFit, you can do anywhere, anytime.
I've been doing these courses for over 10 years now, teaching the level 2. And I am amazed by how our community continues to grow. Every year we run through these courses, better and better and better coaches. What cue could you give? Stand up.
To shift her back on her heels, I'd say shift the weight back in your heels.
No surprises there. Nice, simple language, my friend. Claps for James, yeah? Done.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, all done. Thank you. Nice work.
Is that simpler?
Nice yeah, oh yeah.
Okay,
Was that simpler? Yes. Yes. It's amazing to see the whole tide rise and all of the coaches in every affiliate get better.
It was beyond what I expected. I felt like I came into this thinking I'd learned something, and I learned a lot. Much more than I thought. I'm taking this course and setting myself up for the future. I want to still be involved in CrossFit when I'm not competing, whether it's coaching, owning an affiliate, coaching group classes like I do now, online programming. I want to stay involved and immersed in the space because I think it's such a cool space and there's so much to learn. So maybe I'm not applying this L2 stuff immediately, but I know it's going to set me up for a bright and successful future with whatever I want to do.
Fit this in 100 words.
Eat meat and vegetables, nuts and seeds, some fruit, little starch, and no sugar.
Maintenez les apports à un niveau qui fournit l'énergie nécessaire à l'activité physique sans entretenir la masse grasse.
주요 리프팅 동작을 연습하고 훈련합니다.
Clean, squat, presses, clean and jerk, and snatch.
Similarly, master the basics of gymnastics.
Pull-ups, dips, subidas a la cuerda, push-ups, sit-ups, presses to handstand, piruetas, volteretas, splits, y planchas.
Bike, run, swim, row, etc. 5 to 6 times a week, hard and fast.
Mix these elements in as many
combinations and patterns as creativity will allow.
Routine is defined.
ワークアウトは短く、高い運動強度で。
Aprenda e pratique novos esportes regularmente.
Welcome to the 2026 CrossFit Games presented by Air National Guard, San Jose, California. and the home of Super Bowl 50 Media Day, the SAP Center. Starting with team action on Saturday, we welcome you high atop the SAP Center alongside former CrossFit Games team athlete Jamie Hagia. My name is Joel Godet. 2 days of competition in the books, Thursday night and then Friday morning for the teams. Still 700 points, Jamie, on the table. What have we learned to this point?
I have been thoroughly impressed with the programming and the performances we've seen. We've seen some high power outputs, some high gymnastic skills, a lot of teamwork with the worm, with barbells. Really some home runs on that first day from Solidarity and home front, but it was the mayhem, whip, Oslo Krieger that you see the consistency in. So that's what we're looking for. A lot of events, like you said, to go.
This is the 20th iteration of the CrossFit Games. It is the 17th time that teams have competed for the Affiliate Cup. 178 total events. That includes this year, and of course CrossFit Mayhem Freedom with those 6 titles captained by arguably the GOAT, Rich Froning. Don't at us. Mayhem Freedom with the most podiums as well. They did have a second place finish. CrossFit Invictus making an appearance at every single CrossFit Games that the Affiliate Cup was contested up until this year. And of course CrossFit Fort Vancouver also has been here 10 times. Adam Knifer was on all 10 of those teams. Let's take a look at how things played out yesterday in competition. And mayhem, not with Rich Froning, but still here.
We started out with that snail push into those cleans, those male-female pairs. Mayhem took that early lead, and they held on. So they were able to get those 12 rope climbs done. It was really a grip fatigue, right, going from those cleans to the rope climbs, the toes to bars, and working your way back up. You see Mayhem with their nice and consistent singles, getting to that snail, pushing it across that line. They picked up 100 points there in that event. And run across that line, nothing feels better than touching that button. Your event is done for that event. We moved on to the rowing worm, which was a repeat of 2017. It was 3 rounds of that 40-30 cal row and those 30 worm squats. This is where we really saw Whip shine. Mayhem Whip, they really had that down. They got a little bit of a push, but in the end, it was their teamwork, their ability to be able to squat clean that first one and that speed under that worm that really was able to propel them forward to that win.
That's marriage right there. Sam Demeester going for the button, and Zoe Demeester right behind going, I got it. CrossFit Mayhem in first place, a 30-point lead. There was a 10-point difference between a first and second place finish in an event. CrossFit Whip, which is last year's CrossFit Mayhem team, in second, right where they finished a year ago. Take a look at our event schedule for the day. It will start with the teams. It will end this evening late. We'll be here 7, 8 o'clock as we close things out with men's events 16 and 17. If you're on the East Coast of the United States, we're gonna have a long night. Grab some popcorn, sit down on the sofa. It's the CrossFit Games presented by the Air National Guard. The 2026 CrossFit Games from the SAP Center here in San Jose, California, the site of Stone Cold Steve Austin's 1998 Royal Rumble victory. Today, it is the team competition to kick things off on Saturday. It's moving day with Jamie Hagia. My name is Joel Godet. 5 events in the books, 700 points still up for grabs. It is quite literally anybody's game, although if you're CrossFit Mayhem, you like having a 30-point advantage over last year's CrossFit Mayhem team, now competing out of nearby Bay City, Michigan, close to that area. CrossFit Whip is in second place. CrossFit Sodravatn is in third for that final podium spot. All right, let's talk about what is on tap. And we've got the pigs out on the floor. Jamie Hagia, it's a pig party.
This one is an exciting one. So we are going to see 3 rounds for time. Each athlete is going to be at a station. They have 10 bar muscle ups, 10 GHD wall balls, 10 dumbbell front squats, and 1 pig flip. Once they rotate that through, they'll do that 3 times, and there's an 11-minute time cap.
So 12 total rounds or complete rotations through this. Our Air National Guard mission brief. The biggest thing is that wall ball GHD shot.
This is a new movement we are seeing for the first time, so these athletes didn't really get to practice this. They're going to be figuring this out on the fly, so we'll see who those athletes can adapt to this. out in this event.
20 teams in the field. First 10 of them are in our opening heat. As we take a look at those lane assignments, some athletes on the floor right now are practicing those GHD wall ball shots. Solidarity won the very first test of the weekend out on Barack Obama Boulevard. They'll be in lane 6. Butcher's Lab did a really good job to move up yesterday with 2 sixth-place finishes to close out their Friday. CrossFit Fort Vancouver is the only CrossFit affiliate that competed at the first Affiliate Cup competition back in 2009 that is also competing here. There were 50 teams back in 2009. They are the only one who makes it to the 20th CrossFit Games. And then Butcher's Lab is the one we talked about that had a really good Friday. What struck you about the way that the Copenhagen group did their work?
I love that the way that they work together. They are just, you'll see on this, they're going to be able to know each other. They're going to be able to communicate, see where everyone's at, and be able to go.
All right, so 93 total repetitions for each individual athlete. 1 pig flip, 10 front squats, 10 wall ball GHD or GHD wall ball shots, and 10 bar muscle ups. There's going to be a lot going on the floor. You don't have a set order. So it could be women starting on the pig, women starting on the bar muscle ups. That's why you've seen pig flips happening in different directions. There's Josh Hong for Fort Vancouver. Jamie, how would you attack that wall ball GHD?
You know, it is a precision thing, so they are going to reach back with that wall ball, but you do see them going at a slower rate than normal GHD sit-ups because they have to make sure they get that wall ball to the target. So a little bit of carefulness as you're heading into that your first time touching that implement.
I am disappointed. We have not yet seen Aaron's wall ball. Good job, everybody. You know, it is a new movement here at the Games. It is not a new movement to CrossFit, though. We were talking to Mayhem's Tanner Balas in the warm-up area, and he said, I went on YouTube. I found videos of this thing from 11 years ago. Michelle Latondra, Pat Vellner's coach, now with Hard Work Pays Off, actually has a how-to video on that movement from 4 years ago.
Well, she would know if it's anybody. She is an incredible athlete. Pat should have been working on these, and a lot of athletes, you know, you don't know what to expect coming in, the unknown and the unknowable, so you have to have everything on your radar and be preparing for anything.
Again, 93 total repetitions per individual, so that's the count you'll see at the top of your screen. The negative number to the right of the names indicates the reps behind the overall leader, which right now is Q21 CrossFit, the Argentinian bunch. You're looking, though, at Fort Vancouver. This is a rookie team, all the way legacy affiliate. Only Josh Hong has competed at the Games before. Pernilla Christensen competed last year for Butcher's Lab. Helen Nutter for Aylesbury on your screen, also a Games veteran from 2021. These pigs are 350 pounds for the women, 510 pounds for the men.
Doesn't seem to be giving anyone too much trouble. I think they figured it out, especially with that one flip compared to the 10 reps that you have to do at some of the other stations.
Adam McAdams on the bar muscle ups. 2 variations of muscle ups in CrossFit, the bar muscle up, the ring muscle up. The bar muscle up is the quote-unquote easier version. However, with the volume you've taken in on the weekend, maybe has a little bit of a stumbling block today.
And remember, you don't have to go unbroken. If you're facing the GHD wall ball, so if you see your partner kind of, you know, at a slower pace, then you can go ahead and break those up.
Three minutes into an 11-minute time cap. So you
different heights. So you're going to see them having to readjust the foot where they're going to be able to be the most comfortable on that GHD to be able to get that ball up to the wall.
You see Joe Piero there, Joe the electrician for Body Blueprint, flipping that 510-pound pig. These dumbbells for the guys are 70 pounds, so 140 total. And there's the advancement back onto that pig. 510 pounds for those curious at home. You are essentially flipping over the world-famous sumo wrestler Ake Bono. He weighed 514. And a no rep for depth, and you can see the eyebrows rise up on Adam McAdams' face, orange shirt left of your screen. You don't want to have to do an 11th squat.
this is where you have to really stay focused. It seems like a super simple movement, which it is. You just have to hold those dumbbells anywhere on your shoulders with your hands on that barbell, or on the dumbbells, excuse me. But you have to make sure that you get your hips below your knees, so below parallel.
"30 repetitions is the lead. A whole bunch of teams are at that marker. 4 minutes, 40 seconds gone by. You can work whenever you want within your window. However, you cannot advance until everybody in your team has finished their work, if that makes sense. So I can start my GHD wall balls while you're still getting to your pig, but I can't move to my next station until you've finished yours.
That's a question of, do you want to push? Do you want to go as hard as you can in those 10 and then get a little bit of a break? Or do you want to wait and kind of sync up with your teammates to kind of be on the same timeline?
So you can see Josh Hong finished. He can't advance. How would you hold these dumbbells? We've seen a lot of different handles.
She has them in a front rack right there. A lot of people you'll see put them up on their shoulders a little bit higher. It'll kind of help open up that airway and your breathing if you can get your elbows up a little bit higher and out of the way.
Four stations, 3 times through, so 12 total rounds here in the opening heat of team event 6. Muscle ups, GHD wall balls, front squats, and a pig flip. And this is Q21 in the middle. Right now, your overall leader, the team from Argentina, making their 4th appearance at the Games, their 5th qualification. They actually had to sub out a team member, Ivan Gaitan, who was on the 2017 Big Friends Recoleta team that is one of the best Latin American teams to ever compete at the Games. He had a foot fracture prior to Copa Sur, so they withdrew from the semifinal and then made it through the later online semifinal. He was replaced by Matias Becheran, who was on last year's team that made it to the Games. Finished in 15th, their best ever gym finish. Back to Fort Vancouver. It's one of the cathedrals of CrossFit.
I ran into Adam, and he still looks like he can be out here competing with his team.
10. Can you imagine competing on a team 10 times, Adam Knifer?
The longevity.
Justin Medeiros is coach. Justin Medeiros from that gym. Ellie Turner spent some time there. Trista Smith. And now Snake has jumped out in front. Snake CrossFit, they are a hard work pays off team. Jacob Marconi, who is on the bar muscle ups in the back, runs the bodybuilding segment of the Hard Work Pays Off programming. He's the lone non-Australian, although he did live there for 3 months as the team built itself up, competed in the Open and quarterfinals. Jake Douglas, who is a large brick house of a human, individual games athlete with the mint t-shirt on doing the muscle ups.
We were able to speak to him before, and he really just said, you know, this event, we're just going to use your strengths. You're going to move on forward, work through this together, and rest and recover for the next one coming up.
Snake is an interesting test. How do individuals come together? They have 2 individual games athletes with Jake Douglas and Georgia Pryor. They came into the day in 13th. They did have a 7th place finish, one of their best finishes yesterday. You can see the different strategies here on catching the wall ball.
So it's allowed to touch any part of your body. After you bring that down, it touches the wall, the target. You can touch your stomach. Sometimes, you know, if it was allowed where it's only can't touch any part of your body, that would be a lot more difficult, really stressful on the shoulders.
Jake Marconi taking a break here with 2 reps remaining. Center of your screen, 174 in the blue shirt. It's Snake CrossFit right now, your leaders. And you can just see the toll this movement takes. And a representation of the 10 physical skills of CrossFit. If you want to get into the fundamentals, accuracy, agility.
You see, a lot of people think it's only an ab exercise, but really what they're doing is you're pushing down, your knees down. That's going to force your quads to work a little bit on this too, and you're thinking about those tired legs from all the work they've done before this.
And look at Jake Douglas rip here. This just plays to how athletic are you. Can you figure something out on the fly?
And that's what we kind of saw yesterday in the gymnastics events for the individuals. On the fly, if you're practicing, how much repetition, how many reps do you need before you get this movement down? These athletes are figuring this out pretty quickly.
We are a minute and a half left to go here in this 11-minute time cap. £140 squats, 70 pounds in each dumbbell, and Jake Douglas has never seen a dumbbell he didn't like. He's done with his 10 reps. He owns Snake Athletic, Snake CrossFit. Into the final minute. Josh Hong looking back, waiting for Rochelle Hudson to finish on those wall ball shots. And he'll rotate up to that 510-pound pig flip. And we've got a team done in lane 6, Solidarity. So our first finisher, Logan Thomas, racing across the finish line. And we've got our second, Q21, who held a lead earlier. Matthias Becheron racing across the finish, and now we've got a host of finishers coming through. Blueprint is done. Jake Douglas is through for Snake in lane 7. Blueprint finishes as well, and we have 4 teams that cross the finish line. And now a brief transition from event 6 directly into event 7. So a chance for these teams to reset as best you can. Take a look at how that event 6 played out. 90 seconds to go until they work again.
This pig party started off with the four members heading out to each station. Here you see the look at the GHD wall ball. It's a little bit slower than normal GHDs because you have to hit that ball to the target. Moving on to those dumbbell front squats, making sure that every single rep is below parallel. The pig flip, making sure that you get that up to your shoulders, using your knees, whatever you need to do, any part of your body to get that pig over. And then you see Jake Douglas there with Snake on those 10-bar muscle-ups. Nice and smooth, really explosive. He figured these GHD wall balls out. And really, the Q21, very impressive from the start. You see a race to the finish line. We saw a couple teams finish. We'll reset. They got those 2 minutes before event number 7.
All right, event 7. This is a repeat of 2021. It's a piece of event 11 at the 2021 Games.
That's correct. We did have other pieces in that, but today we are just going to see 50 worm hang clean and jerks 4 time. They're going to advance every 10. Fastest time wins with an 8-minute time cap.
Our mission brief from Air National Guard, Captain.
Stamina and speed, that's what you need. You're just coming off a pig party. You need to catch your breath, bring that heart rate down. You need the stamina to go and the speed that we need to see in these squats.
$50 total worm, clean, and jerks from the hang. You will advance every 10 repetitions, a segment at a time. 2021, event 11. Was some sandbag tosses, GHDs, and then 40 hang, clean, and jerks. And Snake CrossFit actually did that in preparation for the games. Jake Douglas just went through and said, let's do all the games events that we can find. So this is new for some teams, maybe less new for others. And you can see the early communication there for Body Blueprint. Jamie, this will show teams that train together more often than not.
Absolutely. Even in the demo team, you really have to work together and be in sync of when you're going to press that worm overhead. If one person gets caught late or behind, you're going to see that worm have to be put down to the ground.
And you could just see there the communication with Jake Douglas and that Snake team. Relatively smooth. When you're not communicating well, what happens? Like, walk me through the breakdowns.
Exactly what we just saw. you know, you especially have to, we talked to Jake Douglas and he said he couldn't see his judge, right? So you have to, if it's loud in here, so you have to be able to know your teammates, understand when they're going, when you're going to get that clean, when you're going to go for that push press or the jerk overhead to the other side. And it's a lot because it's not touching the ground to reset there. You're hanging from the hip and you got to go all together.
Solidarity, winners in the first event this weekend. First to advance the worm into Section 3, 20 reps down. $60,000 won't improve your Fran time, but it's still pretty nice. You can earn up to $60K in bonuses when you join the Air National Guard. Learn more at goang.com. I beg to differ, by the way. If you gave me $60,000, I'd hire a pretty good coach.
Yeah.
That would improve my Fran time and join ANG. Solidarity still out in front. Riley Good, who competed at the games on 11:24 last year. Logan Thomas, the Dartmouth softball player, just behind him. Their captain, Hannah Hardy, is holding the rear of the worm. A lot of times we see your callers in the front. Does it matter where you put them? Could you put them in the middle so everyone can hear them?
Usually the front, because all eyes are forward. If they're in the middle, sometimes we talked about with the loudness of the crowd, you can't hear what's going on, you can't communicate, you can't see your judge sometimes. So really that leader in the front is going to be calling.
Butcher's Lab was real smooth. Center your screen, they're just advancing. And you can see the toll this has taken on Q21 in the mint bottom of your screen. That's a huge rest. And a no rep for Hendersonville. You don't want to have a 365-pound bag on your shoulders just killing time. The shell is 7 pounds. The spacers are 6. 100 in the men's sections. 70 are the women's sections. Riley Good has used a worm implement in CrossFit before. Putting Solidarity on his back and advancing. On to the final 10. They'll take a break. 3:21 and counting on the clock.
It was interesting talking to some of these teams about their strategy coming into this. We did hear some teams say they were going to try to go unbroken. I wonder if they're watching any of this, seeing any of this.
We saw teams not say they were going to try to go unbroken, Jamie. We had teams tell us they are going unbroken.
Well, I would love to see that. The toll that you see, right? Having to be able to take breaks when you need to, catch your breath before you pick that worm back up.
I don't think we've seen anybody not put the worm down here. Solidarity is back up and working in the black middle of your screen. Butcher's Lab is trying to catch them. Snake is well off the pace, more than 10 reps behind. The worm is down and Solidarity is in. 4:09 as Good hits the buzzer. That's the second heat win for CrossFit Solidarity. It was an event win the first time. We'll see if that carries over to be the same thing on Saturday. Who will be second? Snake is knocking on the door. Butcher's Lab has 1 rep left, but it's moving backwards. They finish and jump across the canal. Waiting for another hand. And Q21 is in third.
The pain you see them when they touch that buzzer and you just lay out on that finish line.
There goes Jake Douglas, knocking over the chest piece for Snake. Hendersonville is the next team in line. Bottom right corner of your screen. They're in last overall right now, looking for a big weekend. CrossFit Hendersonville finished 14th last year as a backfill. They had a couple of weeks to prepare for the games. This year they qualified out of Copa Sur, one of the earliest semifinals, and really wanted to have a great showing with a little bit more preparation time. Dalton Rogers is in the front. He's Paige Rogers, the individual athlete's partner. Wes Peters is the second male. Both of them are infantry veterans. And Dalton Rogers said, nothing we're going to see this weekend compares to anything we've ever seen before. I've looked at Wes Peters in a workout and said, what was that? Remember that time we were on a 30-hour ruck in the jungles walking through Afghanistan? It's quite seriously, you don't know if you're going to make it to the next day. This is just worm clean and jerks.
Yeah, puts life in perspective.
Oh, and one more rep to go. Rogers thought they had finished. Done. Hendersonville comes across in 6:19. And now Aylesbury, who's at the top of your screen, will come through. Fort Vancouver is working in the orange. I appreciate the teams that coordinated uniforms today.
That's nice. Like us today. Just the toll that it is taking on these teams in this final 10.
The down goes from a coordinated down to a get off my shoulder.
You don't have time. You got to put that thing down, catch your breath, regroup, all together. You got to hold it together, pull together as a team. Whoever is slacking behind, you got to really pick them up.
How much angry yelling happens that you don't really mean?
So many, and you have to apologize after. You didn't. It's the heat of the moment. You just got to get your head over. And no rep for them there.
Michelle Hudson just hanging on at the back of that worm. 3 reps left for Fort Vancouver. Body blueprints on the right side of your screen. Out of Pelham, New York, just north of the city. And they're struggling with no reps in the back. You can see Joe Piero's expression of defeat.
Hips and knees have to be extended as you press that worm overhead. You can dip to re-dip to go into that next rep. Your hips and knees have to be extended as you get it up and over.
And here does come Fort Vancouver. How hard was it? Adam McAdams will let you know. Although cheers if you're solidarity. They look like they could do it again.
Just 2 minutes after finishing event 6, they headed into event 7, which is 50 worm hang, clean, and jerks for time. You see all of these teams come out with a fast and furious pace. Also, you see them as they advance that worm forward, needing those much-needed breaks. So they have to really stick to a team. It was solidarity, really, with their worm work. That was togetherness. It was the communication. It was the speed. They were able to hold that together, get those 50 worm hang, clean, and jerks done, and cross that finish line.
'26 CrossFit Games presented by Air National Guard. Home of the 2016 Stanley Cup Finals. We are here at the SAP Center with Jamie Hagia. My name is Joel Godet. San Jose, California, the 20th year of the CrossFit Games and the 17th time the Affiliate Cup has been contested. Who has the fittest affiliates in all of CrossFit? Well, the answer 6 times has been CrossFit Mayhem. And right now, the top 2 teams are made up of people from CrossFit Mayhem, the Mayhem affiliate, and last year's Mayhem team, CrossFit Whip, 30 points back, and then CrossFit Sodavatran, who competed last year, half of them for CrossFit Prestanda, so some experience at the top of the leaderboard. Jamie, what is event 6?
We have got a pig party going on over here. It's going to be 3 rounds for time. The teams are going to start at the start mat, and each one is going to go to an individual station where they'll do 10 bar muscle ups, 10 GHD wall balls, 10 dumbbell front squats, and 1 pig flip. Once they get through that rotation, they'll do that 3 times.
Our mission brief presented by Air National Guard.
New movement execution. I'm not sure how many times they practice this movement, but they're used to GHDs, they're used to wall balls. They're gonna have to be an athlete to put this together on the fly.
You also have the pig making an appearance after these teams pushed around the snail. And they got the worm today. The beasts of burden are out on the floor for our top 10 teams. Whip and Mayhem are in the middle. Sodavatran is in lane 7. Eyes in lane 4 for CrossFit Oslo Krieger. The defending champions, Björkman Carl Gudmundsson, had a tough event 1, cramped up quite a bit, and then they finished 12th in our final event, event 5, yesterday, so some ground to make up for the champions from Europe. Although the team from Europe that's really catching our eye is Sodavatran, Southwater. from Sweden. Alex Alebro, 143. Victor Langsved, 144. Games athletes from Prestanda a year ago needed 2 new female athletes. Alebro changed his coach in the offseason. Same coach as Madeline Person, who has the red hair. So that brought this team together, and they have performed unbelievably well. Oslo Krieger, what do you do right now if you're Oslo and all eyes are on you?
You know, they are the champs from last year. They do have a huge target on their back, but all you have to do is stay in your lane, focus on yourself. They know their experience. They know what they need to do in this event and all the events moving forward.
10 points off the podium, 90 points out of first. We have got a pig party in San Jose. Essentially 12 total rounds. Every athlete has to go through each station 3 times. There are 4 total stations. And all right, this is something interesting to watch right away. Jess Androsik hit with a no rep. There are no risers. She is one of the smaller athletes. She's got a long way to travel with that wall ball to then throw it to the target. Our first look at the pig flip, which for the women comes in at 350 pounds. That's apparently lifting over a bighorn sheep or a vending machine. 510 pounds for the men.
We did just see Jess Androsik get her first no rep, a miss. She had to jump off of her GHD to go get her wall ball to get back to those GHD wall balls. So accuracy is going to play a huge part in this movement.
And another no rep for Androsik, having to hit above that 9-foot target line, the bottom red stripe. The men must clear the 10-foot line with a 20-pound ball. The ladies using a 14.
All of these athletes have the strength, they have the skills, but when you throw in something with accuracy, maybe with a ball sport, it is completely different than gymnastics or anything where hand-eye coordination, you need to make sure you're syncing up everything in line. The athletes will figure that out pretty quickly.
And a rotation there for Sotovatran. That was the thing Jack Rosema told us from the Mayhem team. He said, listen, this stuff is just about being an athlete. And we feel good about being athletes in and outside the gym. 100 words of fitness, learn and try new sports, right? How well can you adapt and move and do things that aren't just moving a barbell linearly?
That's one of the best things about CrossFit. It is to use your fitness, take what you've built in the gym outside so that you can use it in real life situations and new sports like this.
How would you attack learning these GHD wall balls on the fly?
As a former basketball player, I'd be pretty disappointed if I couldn't hit the target. But, you know, you have to be a little cautious in the beginning if you've never done this. So a little bit slower in the beginning, making sure you hit that. You know where that depth perception is of where that target is. And then once you figure that out, it's time to go. Be an athlete, figure it out.
As a former basketball player, though, you miss 60% of the time, you go to the Hall of Fame.
That's true.
You miss 60% of these, we're in trouble.
And your teammates will be very upset with you.
There's your overall leaders in the competition. Jack Rosema from Mayhem on the GHD wall balls, and he's got this thing figured out.
He's almost doing them as fast as he would at normal GHD sit-ups. And it's interesting, you saw that he threw it overhead, and that's in my mind what I was thinking. It was almost like a soccer throw-in, but you can bring it. You'll see athletes bring it to their chest and almost push it up like a wall ball.
Yeah, like Tanner Balaz there, his teammate. I think part of that's just comfortability with the ball, with the throw. It's an external weight. Tola Maracanio. These are 70-pound dumbbells. Tola warms up with those. Quite literally one of the strongest men in the sport.
That's why you see him nice and relaxed. Super easy, down and up, below parallel, waiting for his teammates to finish up their stations.
Whip and Mayhem are your top 2 teams at the moment, and Sotovatran. Those are your top 3 teams in the overall standings as well. 93 total repetitions per individual athlete. That's what we're counting towards at the top.
We talked about you can only go as fast as your slowest athlete at their station, so no need to speed up. Some athletes you'll see take the approach of trying to get those done as quickly as possible so you have a little bit of rest. Others will kind of go at the pace of their slowest athlete.
That really comes down to an everyday conversation you have in CrossFit too. Is it better to go fast and take a bigger rest break, or is it better to be smooth and steady?
And that's really athlete dependent. Some athletes really have that high power output where they can go really hard. And then others, they do need to go and stay at a nice, smooth, consistent pace.
Caroline Klutz in the black center of your screen just hit a no rep for Mayhem. I think the throw was too low. That seems to have been the biggest issue for no reps in this heat, is getting it over that 9 or 10 foot line.
Again, you're going for a movement where you're reaching back and then going into a vertical throw. So your momentum's going forward, but you need that wall ball to go up towards that target. Maybe that's why we're seeing a little bit of no reps.
Mayhem has a 30-point lead on Whip in the standings, which means Whip needs basically to beat Mayhem and put 3 teams in between them if it wants to jump above the Mayhem team in the leaderboard. It'll take any chipping away it can get, but it needs help if it wants to climb. And Jack Rosema, you can see upset right now. Caroline Klutz struggling to hit that line, struggling with the no reps. Not upset at her, I just think, hey, you're in the heat of battle and you're saying, let's go.
What we're seeing across these 2 heats is that it's the GHD wall ball that is holding up everyone. Bar muscle ups, dumbbell front squats, 1 pig flip isn't going to give these teams too much trouble, but those GHD wall balls, you're going to be waiting for them to move on. That has been the gatekeeper so far.
Molly McGrandy on the bar muscle ups, 212, center of your screen. The captain of this Whip team, it is her affiliate in Michigan that they are competing under the banner of. They have 2 locations in Michigan, so it's really cool for the members. This team has competed under the Mayhem flag for the last couple of years, but now they compete under Whip. And here's a regular gym goer. You get to see your gym on an international stage.
And that's what it's really about. These athletes are phenomenal athletes, but at the end of the day, they're just great people that truly care about the community.
You don't see that a lot. No rep on McGrandy for a glide kick.
Oh. If you're any former gymnast, their toes, if they come above that line, the bar, you will get a no rep for that glide kick.
Rotating through. Whip is your lead at this point. That's big for them because they want to chip away at the overall deficit. Sam DeMeester, the all-time rushing leader at Coldwater High School in Michigan. No football background. Talked about being an athlete. Sodavatran in lane 7. You can see 8 reps off pace. Almost a full round behind Whip at this point. They're trying to hang on to a podium spot. Right now in 3rd overall.
The accuracy of not touching that line, but being above that line for that target, for that wall ball. It's giving some of these teams a little bit of trouble, as we've seen.
1 more rep to go for Elvira Eck, the youngest member of this Sodavatran team, the only member under 30. Part of the future of Swedish CrossFit. Persson is done with her bar muscle ups and will rotate through again. Angelo DeChico. Guy just doing muscle ups in his sleep over here, 213.
So efficient, so smooth. You do have to pass through a portion of the dip. As you see, he's catching high. He'll get a small little dip, nice and smooth straight into the next one.
And you can see how this test is wearing on athletes. Tola Maracanyo for Oslo is hurting on these muscle ups, and these are easy for him. He is a great gymnast.
You see the fatigue. You wonder what all these events before have done to him. He is leaning a little bit over to the side also. You wonder if that hopefully is not an injury to a lat or to a shoulder. We'll see as he jumps up for that next route. But
Tola's the man responsible for putting the Oslo team together. They won last year. And Kristen Holta, you can see in front, 131, said, I'm done. I've been 9 times. Tola got the entire team back. Victor Helsinghoff is the alternate. They added BKG. And Molly McGrandy does run across to finish for Whip in 8:52. So Whip is going to cut into the overall lead. Mayhem is behind. Kia Maya is right behind. Camp Rhino is in the mix. Oslo's nowhere to be found, and you can see Tola laboring through. He has now advanced, though. BKG is on to the bar muscle-ups. Tola in the background doing the GHD wall ball toss. Stevie Dellinger finishes for Mayhem, so they go 1-2. Mayhem will only lose 10 points in their overall lead. They'll still be up 20. And Kiyamaya, potentially with their best finish of the game so far at the top of your screen. Butcher's Lab, Q21, and Solidarity had the top 3 times from the first heat, all in 10:51. We haven't even hit the Solidarity time yet at 10:24. So these heat teams are crushing it. Asker Krieger across in lane 2 with Ricky Kivag. Is there an issue here with... Oh, no, okay. Sam DeMeester just wants to know if he can advance because his team is done. Event number 7 will come 2 minutes after the conclusion of this test, which is either at the 11-minute time cap or when everybody's done. It's going to be the 11-minute time cap. Reykjavik, a little bit of damage control. They've been... Oh, they got a chance to finish here. So Reykjavik, with Bjarni Kjartansson getting across, they've been sneaky. Reykjavik with an 8th, 9th, 11th, 10th, 5th. They've probably got a top 10 finish in this event as well. They're in 7th overall. Whip, though, the winner.
Did see them come across. It was the first time we had GHD wall balls for the teams. Oslo Krieger looking nice and smooth. BKG on those. We moved on to those dumbbell front squats, the pig flips. But in the end, it was Whip that really took an early lead. Mayhem gave them a run for their money like we saw at the Syndicate at the semis. But in the end, it was Whip that was able to hold on and hold off for another event.
Oh. You don't get points for distance, but 30 seconds between Whip and Mayhem. They will only make up 10 points on the overall leaderboard, and then Kiyamaya, with their best finish so far, it equals their performance in event number 1. All right, event number 7. We're going to advance right into it, and it's those 50 hang clean and jerks.
You know, this is a repeat of 2021. There was 40 hang clean and jerks with a worm in that one, but this time we're adding an extra 10.
All right, yesterday there was some worm work as well. It was worm squats, and our Rogue Don't Weaken moment of the day from yesterday. Boy, when you find yourself in trouble, CrossFit Whip just going to town. Look at how smooth they are. It's communication, Jamie. What does this tell you about how well-formed this team is, just watching how crisp that is?
To be able to execute a squat clean thruster, a cluster with the worm, it tells me everything I need to know about this team.
And when you're looking for great worm work, you want a level, right? If you start looking at a roller coaster, you're in trouble.
Everything should be in an even playing field, in a nice line all together, no matter the height difference of your teammates.
Off to go on event number 7. 50 worm clean and jerks. And the time to beat is 4:09. That was Solidarity. Whip told us they were not going to put the worm down. Team on your screen right now.
I'm excited for this heat. We talked to multiple teams in this heat, and they said they were going to go unbroken. See if we can make this happen. There they go.
Well, Mayhem put the worm down, and Whip lied. they just
nice
put
thought.
it down, yeah.
Until you get in the moment and really feel the labor of that worm, what the toll it's taking on your bodies. 2 minutes rest after that event 6 right before that.
Mayhem right of screen gave up 10 points to Whip left of screen in the last event. Trying to get it back here. And look at how fast they are at their hips. Look
talked about stamina and speed. This is what you need. You need the stamina to get through 50 worm hang clean and jerks, advancing every 10, and the speed of which that worm is moving.
The original worm is actually on display here at the CrossFit Games. It's pretty cool. When this first implement came into play, it was wood tied together with rope, and you can actually go pick it up in the vendor village. This is a little safer, no easier.
We just saw a no rep for whip. So they advanced it forward and were told by their judge to go back.
And while everybody else is resting, whip was working. They now advance, and let's see if they go right to work. Yeah, they're going to try to make up some ground here. Still behind, but only by 2 reps. Sodavatrin, don't sleep on the Swedes. They're in 3rd overall.
That consistency from Sodavatrin. But you see the speed of Mayhem. In sync at the same time. Almost that real fast hang clean, that almost like a bouncing with a barbell, but with the worm.
Mayhem is advanced. Another no rep for whip. We'll keep reminding you, last year they came in 2nd. Molly McGrandy said, we did not sign up for anything other than 1st. Last year just wasn't our time. They've all gotten fitter. It's their 3rd year together, but right now they're down, both in the overall leaderboard and in event number 7. Mayhem holds the mantle. Here's your defending champions, Oslo Krieger.
These teams have been working with this worm year-round. They know that this is coming, but it is the volume of adding up of 50 unbroken. Most of the time we see this broken up with other movements in between, but to be able to do 50 in a row really takes a toll on the body.
Yeah, at what point do you start to think you've actually made a dent?
You know, when you move the advanced worm to that last round of 10, you see that daylight at the end of the tunnel.
Do you think you can see Jack Rosema looking back? Is Mayhem measuring its rest a little bit on who's coming behind it?
You only need to go as fast to take the heat, right? You don't need to push any harder than you need to. If you kind of look around, glance around, see where everyone's at, if they're resting and they're right behind you, take an extra second. Catch your breath so you can go 10 and broken in this last round like they're about to do.
Solidarity, the time to beat at 4:09. It looks like Mayhem's going to do better. Black uniform, center of screen. Mayhem is done. Mayhem still your overall leaders, back up by at least 30. Whip is in 2nd.
See how tight they work together. They keep that worm so close to their bodies.
I love a good clean celebration. Yeah, team. Caroline Klutz. And Whip is in 2nd. Both in the event. And, ooh, the deficit's actually going to grow because Solidarity's time beats Whip. So they started the day down 30. They will be down 40 going outside to event number 7. Sorry, event number 8. Sodavatrin with 3 reps remaining. Oslo needed that. 10 points off the podium, 90 points out of 1st to begin the day. Sodavatrin able to get in top 5.
Tired, the fatigue, you see them, the communication, the worm dropping, one teammate not being ready to go.
Aska Krieger is done. How much work do you do as a worm training implement as a team back in your day?
Quite a bit. And it just really is a different beast of its own. You can have the strongest legs, you can be a great squatter, but this worm, the toll that it takes on your breath and on your body, on your legs, on your lungs.
How many times does it take you to get used to it?
I never got used to it. I trained year-round for it.
11:24, 5:31. No fewer than 5 first heat times will factor into that. And ooh, yeah, you can see the miscommunication with Reykjavik. We almost lost Gucci Valdim's daughter. Rhino, first place after day 1. Has run into a little bit of a railroad here. The team's veterans in the back, Lena Richter From Oslo Navy Blue, Raf Durand, Raf Catalano. Has been on several teams. This is Allison Scudd's Games debut in the front. And now Reykjavik. It's been a good week for Reykjavik. We said earlier, kind of sneaky. 7th place overall. All Games rookies, with the exception of Rokvi Gudnason, who was here as a teenager. Spoke to BKG, who owns Reykjavik, even though he's competing against them. And he said, this is going to be a great experience for them. They're all youngsters. They're all in their 20s. Get to the games, feel it, see it. It's the first team of non-imports, as they put it, at Reykjavik since 2017. They had that 2022 team. Of course, it was a super team. Jamie, what's that first games experience like? How's it help you in the future?
Oh, it sets you up. It's your first time being out there, you know, being in front of a huge crowd on the biggest stage with the best athletes in the world. It's a little nerve-wracking coming in, but once you get your first event down or first day down, you're like, I can do this. It really is a confidence booster for them.
And everybody saw Colton Mertens smash 26.1 during the open of the announcement. Those two guys smashed him. 1 and 2 worldwide. Bjarni Kjartansson and Rokvi Gudnason. They finish. Everybody finishes, and CrossFit Mayhem finished first.
Just 2 minutes after event 6, these teams had to go do 50 worm hang clean and jerks in event 7. You see them all coming out at a fast and furious pace. It was a close race with Whip and Mayhem. It went a little bit back and forth until Whip got a no rep. But it was the efficiency, the teamwork, being able to keep that worm together, move it in one piece, and you see the speed at which Mayhem is moving. They were able to hang on for those last 10 unbroken and cross that finish line with an event win.
Your overall leaders and your event winners. CrossFit Mayhem has not won the games since 2022 when Rich Froning retired. That snapped a streak of 4 consecutive wins. Can Mayhem get it done again here in 2026 at the 20th iteration of the CrossFit Games? Well, individual competition is coming up next. We will be back with you for teams a little bit later this morning. We've got a long day ahead, though, here in San Jose, so stick with us. Women event number 13 is on the way when we return to the SAP Center next.
The 2026 CrossFit Games are presented by Air National Guard. Guard what matters. By Rogue. Don't weaken. Official equipment supplier of CrossFit and the CrossFit Games. By Velites. We are Velites and we are made, not born. And by Sattva, the luxury of restorative sleep. A Saturday morning sprint kicks off day 3 for the individuals at the 2026 CrossFit Games in San Jose, California. Thanks for being with us today, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram, and Bella Martin is out there on Barack Obama Boulevard as we are set for the 13th of 20 events. A 500-meter run. Here's a good thing about starting your day with a run. It's only going to get better after that.
Pretty straightforward. We're not doing 7,200 meters at the ranch, but we're doing 500 out here at the SAP Center.
What are your keys here to a 50-point very quick test?
With 15 people in a heat and a turn at the midpoint, you got to get out quick early and give yourself some room for the turn. When you're getting jammed up, though, hey, Sean, listen, rubbin's racing. Get yourself out there, own your own space, and get yourself to the finish line.
Aileen Wurz, who you're looking at now, is your top-ranked athlete in this heat of 15 women. She will start on the inside. Now, whether or not she stays there is another question, because it's going to be a free-for-all once we get this thing started. First of 2 heats for the women. And here we go. Miriam van Roer is out front early with Erica Folo behind her.
Ella
Wilkinson, pardon me. Out front.
And here's the thing on the turnaround. Trying to get there early, hug that inside lane, and then just let it run.
They've made the turn back. Aileen Wurz in the lead. She's had a pretty solid showing here rookie year. Lucy McGonigal is the athlete in the back limping. And now on the way back, approaching the finish line, it is going to be Wurz making the turn first. And now back to the finish.
Rachel Noel saving a little bit for the end.
Noel making a move here on the outside and is going to catch Wurz and pass her, and it's Noel across the finish line first. Rachel Noel takes the heat, and that's a result that she absolutely needed. Coming in 29th place overall, just trying to get in to the top 20 at this point.
Hey, listen, rookie debut at the games. Sometimes, you know, this is what we see. But when you got an opportunity to do something great, take advantage of it. And that final stretch, listen, 500 meters is a long way to be doing a dead sprint. Just, I mean, think of Olympic athletes. They don't dead sprint the 400. Same thing for the 500. You got to save a little bit for the end.
We'll have to wait on Noel's official time as we get set for the second and final heat. Overall leader Amy Kringle will be on the inside, and we still have 8 events left, but she is starting to pull away, and the athletes chasing her need to start chipping away at that lead and taking big chunks off of it in the process.
We have 5 scored events today, but the way these events are set up is that this is a minefield of programming. We've got triple unders, we've got these med ball tosses. A simple 5-second or 2-second slower pace in an event like this, you can lose massive chunks of points just by the way the programming is set up here for Saturday. So yes, she has a comfortable lead, but at no point in time should she be sitting comfortable when she approaches every event.
Kringle started the day with an 87-point lead over Lucy Campbell for the top spot in the overall standings. Let's bring in Bella Martin, who's down there outside the SAP Center. Bella?
Hey guys, this is actually a little bit different than you would have expected. The athletes that are more powerful are in the back of the pack. Rachel Noel, coached by Adrian Conway, winning this one. I think I'm trying to find him out here. I think this is what they've been training for. He is one of the most sport-specific athletic coaches that we have, especially given his CrossFit Games history. So seeing her see success in this, that just lines up to me.
And not a shock that an athlete coached by Adrian Conway has a good strategy in place, but there is your overall leader. Amy Kringle had 3 event wins on the opening day of competition, and no one has been able to reel her in yet.
Well, this might not be the event for anyone else that they wanted for Amy Kringle, because she has a background in 400-meter hurdles, which is one of the most grueling 400-meter events at the Olympics. Ask anyone who's done hurdles, and that is an exhausting style event around the track. So this shouldn't be any different with her background.
It's a 500-meter run, 2 turns.
And be able to open it up on the straightaways, hug those turns. It's going to take a lot of skill and a lot of grit at the end.
Second and final heat underway. The time to beat unofficially belongs to Rachel Noel at 1:22. And it looks like Haley Adams and Danielle Brandon, along with Maddie Sturt, out front early. Ellie Turner's there on the outside in the all blue. Maddie Sturt is your leader. Amy Kringle moving up on the inside.
I said you got to get out early, but you don't need to use all your juice on the first straightaway, but you need to have a clean turn on the first one.
It's Amy Kringle ahead of Maddie Sturt into the first turn. Brandon, Adams, and Lucy Campbell behind them. Now heading into turn 2. Sturt has pulled even with Kringle, but Kringle has the inside lane.
Danielle Brandon looking very smooth, hanging behind. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe Danielle Brandon tries to make a move after this last turn.
Final turn, and it's Kringle who leads the way, followed by Sturt, Gazan, and Brandon. Alice Gazan has been moving up. And now Amy Kringle's going to open it up. And no one is going to catch Amy Kringle, and this may be a microcosm of what is about to happen this weekend. Amy Kringle is going to win the event, pick up 50 points, and widen her overall lead.
And to do that on a Saturday when traditionally the second half of the weekend, where she struggled in years past, but the way she just baited everyone and then blew the doors off all the competitors on that final straightaway. You know, Dave Castro said this year in and year out that a CrossFit Games champion has a signature event or a signature moment where they show that they have the ability to win it all. That might have been it.
Kringle at 1:20.98 seconds. She'll win the event. Noel is going to have a really good result. Maddie Sturt looks like she's going to take second or third, depending on the fractions of seconds that Noel put up. But I mean, this is how the whole weekend has gone so far.
Just when you think you might be running her down or getting some points on her, she just opens it up, back up again. We saw it on the bike, we saw it on the trail run, and now we see it again here on the 500-meter sprint.
4th event win of the competition for Amy Kringle. Maddie Sturt does finish in second in that heat, followed by Alice Gazan, Emma Lawson, and Ariel Lowen. The lead was 87 coming in. It's going to be bigger than that going out. Let's go down to Bella Martin with your event winner.
Amy, congratulations on another event win here at the CrossFit Games. Tell me about how your track background helped you dial in and turn on the jets in that final stretch.
Yeah, I mean, I used to do track and field when I was little. I think it's helped out for the CrossFit Games, that's for sure. Long distance and sprinting, and yeah, anything running really, I'm like, that's good. Keep it in, Dave, keep it in. but yeah, it's definitely helped. And yeah, sorry, I can't even think right now.
I caught up with Sam Briggs this morning. I asked her her thoughts on you as an athlete. A lot of us compare you. She said you have that British engine, but what does it mean to you to be compared to Sam Briggs, champion from 2013?
Yeah, I mean, I always used to look up to Sam Briggs, so to be compared, to resonate with her, it's great. Yeah, so I just try to keep it up.
Congratulations, Amy. Sean, the men are up next.
Thanks, Bella. The men lining up for their 13th of 20 events. Same test, the 500-meter sprint, 2 turns involved. Give us the mission brief presented by Air National Guard.
Like we said, do what Amy Kringle did. Screw the mission brief. Just exactly what she did. She got out early. She got into a rhythm. She stayed tight on her turns, owned her space throughout that, but save a little bit for the end because that last straightaway, you're going to be feeling it.
First of 2 heats for the men, 15 men out there on Barack Obama Boulevard, and it's Saxon Panchik who comes in as the highest ranked athlete in this heat. He will start on the inside track and he can sprint.
He can sprint. He's done well in sprint events in the past, but don't sleep on Anyola Kai. If he's feeling good this morning, that could be another athlete to look for.
Oh, we're going to they're going to let him go. Well, that's why you don't false start. Quinn Robinson is going to be the man out front early in the red shorts. See if he can keep this lead as we head into the first turn.
Now you get a lead that quick, that early. You either got it or you're making a big mistake after the first turn.
Robinson followed by Hamming. Top 3 men have started to separate themselves. Saxon Panchik is in 4th right now.
You saw how important it was to get out early. Everyone got jammed up on that first turn.
Robinson continues to lead the way, followed by Dylan Hamming and Callian Sousa. Pat Veller's back there on the inside trying to maybe make a move past somebody. The top 3 into the final stretch. As here comes Dylan Hamming on the inside. We'll see if Robinson can hold him off. Callian Sousa opening it up. It's Hamming in front, but here comes Sousa. And that one's going to be close between Sousa and Hamming. Sousa at 1:13. Hamming at 1:14, so Callian Sousa is going to take the heat. 1:13.98 seconds.
Good push.
A little, almost a false start there on the side, and I tell you what, there was no benefit to the step back and then them starting him anyways. One of those athletes was Callian Sousa. Robinson out hot, out early, and maybe a little too hot, a little too soon. Still leading going into the second turn, but look at how relaxed Callian Sousa looks. Coming into that final turn, Robinson tried to hold off Hamming and Sousa. But at the end of the straightaway, you get long, you pump your arms, you lean forward, and you look like that man, Callian Sousa.
Callian Sousa 1:13.98 seconds. The Tudor Magna did finish. We're just waiting on his score. Dylan Hamming finishes second, and Quinn Robinson, who was out front early, takes third at 1:15.39 seconds. 50 points to the winner of this event. We are set now for the second and final heat. Let's bring in Mike Arsenault, the third member of our broadcast team. Mike?
Question for you, Chase. You have some race experience, and we've been doing this for a very long time. In terms of that finishing kick, is that something that is planned beforehand, or when do they decide to drop their hammer down? Amy Kringle makes it look very easy. We saw a couple men there who went out a little bit too hot. So is it that final turn, a touch before the final turn, or just the back straight where you really have to drop the hammer to put forth the performance like we saw from Sousa?
It's a great question, Mike. You think of a 400 meter at the Olympics and you get out early, you find your rhythm on the first straightaway. With that final turn, you start to build your momentum, build your intensity. With that last straightaway, save a little bit for the end, keep the legs big, pump the arms, and make sure we finish strong.
15 men here in the second and final heat. Your overall leader, James Sprague, will start on the inside. He comes into the day with 752 points. He's 12 up on Jay Crouch, who sits in second. He is 20 ahead of the former two-time fittest man on earth, Justin Medeiros, who comes in with 732 points. Dallin Pepper, the only other athlete who's above the 700-point mark. He sits in fourth place with 718 points, and the four of them will be lined up next to each other. It's a 500-meter sprint, 2 turns involved.
500 meters, 2 turns, 3 straightaways. You got to get out early. You don't want to get jammed up on a turn. We actually saw that happen to Pat Vellner because Rubbin's racing. If you're in a tight pack, get ready to be knocked over. But there's 2 men in this field I want to see go head-to-head. That man, Ricky Garrard, who showed what he could do with his sprint back in Fort Worth in 2024. But then you have Guy Malheiros, who the last time we had a 500-meter sprint won the event outright.
Guy Malheiros is going to be on the outside in lane 11 to start. Right next to Hopper and Feibig there in the middle of your screen without a shirt leaning forward is Guy Malheiros.
Now Guy might be out quick first. Ricky, last time he had a sprint, saved a little bit for the end. We'll see this cat and mouse game.
Second heat underway. The time to beat belongs to Callie and Souza. 1 minute, 13.98 seconds. And it is Guy Malheiros who looks like he's moving out front along with Ricky Garrard.
And that's Guy. He's got a lot of power, he's got a lot of speed, but does he have the endurance? 500 meters seems short, but that's a lot of time to be doing a dead sprint.
Heading into the first turn, it's Garrard on the inside, followed by Guy Malheiros.
Ricky looks very comfortable, a lot different than we've seen other leaders that were overworking in the first half of the race.
Haley Martin's there, Jeff Adler, Feibig and Hopper following closely behind as we make the trip back down Barack Obama Boulevard into the second and final turn.
Look how comfortable both him and Ricky look, or him and Guy look. It's going to be a fun straightaway.
Final turn, Garrard and Malheiros. And here comes the kick. And this one is close. Garrard in front of Malheiros, trying to hold him off. He's keeping him in front of him, and it's Ricky Garrard.
Hey, Ricky better be careful, though, because he was winning his heat, but putting his hands up before he crossed the finish line.
He is going to win the event, but not by much. 1:13.09 seconds for Garrard, and smartly blocking Guy in the process. That was a race well run from Ricky Garrard, and he picks up 50 points with the win. I'm surprised Guy didn't maybe try to put a little swim move on there. I thought he had what it takes to get past him at that point.
That's a different kind of football, Sean. I don't think Guy's actually ever played American football, but Ricky Garrard, Guy Malheiros, the top 2 fastest men in the field. And what I love to see from Ricky, take the inside. Don't give up any ground. Looking very smooth, very relaxed. Same with Guy Malheiros. But who had the wheels at the end? And just like we saw Friday Night Lights in Fort Worth, Texas, Ricky Garrard still got the wheels.
And does it with a smile on his face across the finish line, edging out Guy Malheiros. Garrard picks up the victory and earns 50 points in the process. 1:13.09 seconds. Guy Malheiros is going to finish second in the event. Souza's top time from Heat 1, good enough for third. Let's send it down to Mike Arsenault.
Ricky, another first place in a run event. It was so smooth, so easy for you. You were smiling and talking to Guy throughout the entirety of that race. What were you saying to him?
I just knew I had the race. Once I was in front along here and onto that last turn, I already felt good. I was ready for a sprint, and I knew I had the race from the start. And when I saw he was sprinting next to me and that was his top speed, I was like, oh, I'm good. So I was able to just enjoy it then. But super amazing event. Everyone up the sidelines in the street. It's like drag racing, but on foot, not in the car. So yeah, it was super exciting. I loved it.
Great performance, arms wide, crossing the finish line too. Ricky, congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Ricky Garrard came in 5th place overall. Event win, looking to move himself closer to a podium spot. Team Event 8 coming up next as Saturday at the Games continues.
Welcome back to the 2026 CrossFit Games presented by Air National Guard just outside the building they call the Shark Tank. SAP Center, San Jose, California. Alongside Jamie Hagia, our CrossFit Games teams veteran. My name is Joel Godet. This is teams event number 8. It is pretty straightforward.
Not much to it. It is a presidential 400, female, male, female, male. They will all run one at a time, hand off a baton to each other.
It's a 4x4. Time cap is 7 minutes. They won't need that. 4x4 100-meter relay. If you've done track in high school, you're going to be good at this. If you did track in college, you're going to be good at this. We are divvied up into 2 heats of 10. And off and running, each of the teams holding a baton. Unlike actual track and field, you drop the baton, you are not out. You're basically out because you're not going to catch up. But you will have to transition the baton in the transition zone, which is about that green bike lane you can see. So teams that do have a little bit of track experience under their belts might be better in that transition time. Our mission brief brought to us by Air National Guard. As MGK would say, don't stop, run fast.
That's all there is to it. It's an all-out foot race for these females and males. You have got to go. There is nowhere to hide. You have got to book it.
You expect to see something different in a results-wise from the 5K versus the 500 meter?
That's the great part. The beauty of CrossFit is you have to be able to do everything. So that 5K into that 400-meter sprint, we should see a little bit of the fast twitch athletes do a little bit better in this event.
You also have to run to your partner, so we see a couple of different ladies taking some different tracks. Wes Peters for Hendersonville Mayhem is out in front. And he just got overtaken pretty quickly by Jacob Marconi from Snake. And Q21 having a great race here as well. Right now leading the way with Matthias Beckeron, the 34-year-old who was on last year's Q21 team. Baron Smith is the runner for Uncontained coming around the back.
And although this is a straightaway here, there is that little bit of a curve, so you do have to get your footwork around those barrier turns.
This is an American Pharaoh-esque lead right now for Matthias Beckeron. He will make the handoff, and Q21 right now is the lead with Antonella Sanchez moving. Competing at her first CrossFit Games during the year in which she competed in her first CrossFit Open.
That's exciting. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't everyone like to do that?
Q21 from Buenos Aires, Argentina. It was founded with 20 members and 1 coach. You do the math. Q21. They have a pool of athletes that train together, and then they select their competitive team from that group. And typically, you have to do a year in residence before you can compete. So you get to know the culture of Q21, which has included 4 Games appearances. Sanchez is holding on to this pretty sizable lead. Helen Nutter right behind her from Blueprint AOD. There's Christine Best, former individual games athlete from Body Blueprint.
And former basketball player as well.
Went to the NCAA tournament 5 times with the Marist Red Foxes. Better point guard, you or Christine Best? Axel Jimenez. And now look at Jake Douglas closing the gap. He was the one we talked about. Said, hey, you guys struggled in the 5K. Are you going to do better in the 500-meter sprint? And even with a bum hamstring, he is moving.
We talked to him about this, and he was the last leg of this race. He knew he's going to see where he's at, how hard he has to push. He had a hamstring injury earlier in the season, so we're going to see him turn on the jets if he's going to try to go for this top spot.
Looked like Douglas might have been running out of gas, although he is hanging in there in now 3rd. Jimenez continues to push forward, and it was a 3-man race to the finish with Joe Hurley from AOD as well. Coming down the backstretch. Douglas overtakes Jimenez, and it's Jake Douglas and Snake.
Wow.
4:10 unofficially. Josh Hong is across. Will Carter for Body Blueprint. And 10 teams have finished their 4x400 on this tight track down Barack Obama Boulevard. Well, 5K was done the hard way. 400 meters for Jake Douglas was easy. He said even keeled, win or lose. That was his mindset and mentality at these games.
The women kicked it off for us with that 400-meter sprint. Q21 built out that big lead out front, giving their male a good chance to get some distance between them. They were able to hold on to that for a while, but you know what? Jake Douglas decided, I got to turn on these jets. He's going to chase him down, and it came down to the finish line, but it was Jake Douglas that was able to push and get that victory in that 400-meter relay.
Former Elite Games athlete, 38th at the 2023 Games. And Snake CrossFit in 4:09.07. Q21 in 4:09.67. And then 11 for Blueprint. But those 4:09 times we'll keep in the back of our mind to factor in as we get set for heat number 2. And our final team's heat of the day. They've got more events coming up tomorrow, but this puts a cap on their Saturday with events 6, 7, and this being event number 8. All right, event number 8, it is on Barack Obama Boulevard, which is why this is called the Presidential 400.
Pretty simple. It's a 4x400. Each individual will go female, male, passing that baton to each partner.
Should have been the Presidential 4600. That would have been 46. Yeah.
There you
go. Mission brief brought to us by Air National Guard is?
You want to make sure that you are going all out. It's a don't stop, run fast. There's nowhere to hide. You just got to go.
Would have been 4400. I'll work on my history later. Don't stop, run fast with our top 10 teams. Mayhem is your overall leader, followed closely by Mayhem of yesteryear, Whip. Sodra Vatern came into the day in 3rd place overall. Oslo looked like Tola Maracanio didn't feel quite comfortable on the muscle-ups earlier today. They've got to do a little bit of work, but clearly not in the best of shape at the moment. Let's take a look at our Sattva sleeper moment. So when we talk about CrossFit Sodra Vatern, this is a team that maybe snuck up on some people. Qualified 2nd out of the French Throwdown, and then 2nd in Madrid as well. So they did have a little bit of history coming out of the semifinals with already 4 top 4 finishes. And continue to do well today in podium position with the game's veterans Alex Alebro and Victor Lengsved. All right, you said don't wait, run fast. What's your other strategy here?
Don't drop the baton. You have to make sure you have a clean handoff. If you build an early lead, you got to keep that, because we saw in the last race that they can close the gap and catch you in that final lap.
You see Sodra Vatran's finishes so far. Prestandal was the affiliate that Alex Alebro and Victor Lengsved competed out of last year. They came in 19th. Alebro is an 8-time Games athlete. His best finish was with CrossFit Solid, also a Nordic team. Back in 2015, he was 5th. That was, yes, in Los Angeles.
Right, it's a great place to be. You see these athletes doing some of their warm-ups, right? There's high knees, some of those big jumps, high jumps, just to get these legs going, getting ready to sprint for their life in this event here.
All right, CrossFit home front, and you can see Poppy Hay in the middle, 162, or Christina Lividatakis in the middle. No, there's Poppy Hay, CrossFit 162. They won the 5K the hard way. We already saw that sprinting and distance running don't necessarily translate, but they've hit a couple of home runs. They have 2 first-place finishes. What do you expect to maybe see from them?
I would love to see them hit a home run again today. They need it to keep in the runnings for this, but actually I feel like if they can keep their strides and everything nice and tight, sprint on this run, clean handoff on the baton, they have a good shot here.
Good work capacity for Poppy Hay. Her machine work is insane. How does that translate to running out on the floor? Zane Shellebear-Healy and Joel Molina, great name, got out to a great start for this team in the 5K the hard way.
Typically anyone who's good at machines is good at any type of cardio. However, cardio and sprinting are two different things.
Different pathways, they might say.
Anaerobic and aerobic pathways.
We did see a false start in the men's individual heat too, so you get a little bit antsy here at the starting line. How you get out of the gates is important. And look at Jess Androsic, who started all the way outside, quickly closing that gap to get out in front. Udo Lundekvam from Oslo Krieger jumps out ahead of her. And Zoe DeMeester is way back here for whip.
You really see who is comfortable, who knows their pace, who knows how hard they can push in the beginning. Because 400, while it's short, it isn't as short as a 50-meter or 100-meter sprint. So these athletes have to know themselves and their pacing.
4:09 is the time to beat. How much pacing work do you do training for the games?
You should know your 100, your 400, odd numbers like the 500 individuals had to do at miles and 5Ks.
Lundekvam hanging on, trying to reach Maracanio. And Tola is off and away. He ran with BKG yesterday. Jorgen Carl Gudmundsson had a hand on his back, pushing him the whole way through the 5K. And it's a smooth run here for Tola out front. Victor Lengsved from Soravatrun right behind. And look at Jack Rosema. Really well-conditioned athlete. A, he's in the Army. B, he's a national champion wrestler who worked against Kyle Snyder, one of the greatest of all time, every day at Ohio State. And Rosema is way out.
We talked about being an athlete. He is comfortable. He knows how to push. The mental fortitude, just being an athlete in wrestling at the games. He knows what this takes to stay in the fight and stay focused. Looks very comfortable out there.
How about the move that Whip made? DeMeester all the way up into second now. And trying to gun for Rosema, who hit some early jets. And he'll be passed at the handoff. McGrandy and Klutz head-to-head. It's a mayhem off at the top of this event. And McGrandy cedes the lead, it looks like, for a hot second. Klutz trying to take the inside. The age group champion, phenomenal turn by Carolyn Klutz. She won the Masters last year, 35-39.
You see them pumping their arms at 90-90, trying to use a baton. Stride that out, knees up, chest slightly leaning forward, try to keep your foot strike right underneath you.
Great run, looks like, by Soravatrun in third. Asker Krieger and Ricky Kivag back there with Kristen Holta, so the Norwegians neck and neck. Time to beat 4:09 from the opening heat. That was Snake CrossFit. BKG waiting for that baton. He's not going to get it yet. Angelo DiCicco building for whip. They closed the lead after one event, lost that gap that they had closed after two events today. Tanner Balas, who's running for Mayhem, was a track athlete at Warsaw High School in Indiana. And you can see he's comfortable. He's laying in the weeds here to try to track down DiCicco.
Because he knows it's that final, after that last turn, that straightaway, he's going to try to hunt him down.
Although look at the move on the outside. DiCicco with plenty of space. I don't know if anybody's going to track him down. Mayhem was one spot short a year ago. Now competing as CrossFit Whip. Angelo DiCicco, second place wasn't good enough. And he's nowhere close to second place here. Celebrate the win, CrossFit Whip. 4:04 unofficially. pictures for posterity. Arms extended for DeChico. Kjartansson across for Reykjavik.
It's not even breathing hard. Probably walking back over to his teammates.
He's like, I've done 400s on the ranch at Rich's house. There's nothing.
That's a comfortable and confident runner. I'll tell you, I would not look like that.
Oh, that's a good autograph walking spot, too. That's well done.
That is great. This 4x4 relay started out with the women. They were the first ones to take on that 400. You tried to build an early lead. You had to pass off the baton to your male partner who was going to take their stab at that second one. You saw the women kind of get in the mix, blocking that weight of the handoff. The women took it over again for their final lap before handing it off to their final male athlete, Angelo DeChico, with really opening up that lead. You see that big gap between him and Tanner. They were going back and forth earlier in the day, but at the end it was DeChico and Whip who were able to pull off that 4x4.
And it was Homefront that was trying to make that late surge. Zane Shellebert-Healy was in the orange trunks, the clay trunks on the outside. So Whip does win, and Mayhem comes in third. So it's going to close the gap, I believe, to 20 points heading into the final day of competition. Oslo doing some work to help itself, trying to get on the podium. And you will notice Sodra Vatten is nowhere to be seen. They were in third at the start of the day. So this is huge for Oslo Krieger. They may, and we don't have the official standings, but may vault themselves back up into a podium spot. They were 10 points behind. That does it for team competition today, but we got so much more going on. You've got women event 14 coming up. You've got teenagers and adaptives going on as well on the other side of town. So much of the CrossFit Games 20th anniversary edition presented by Air National Guard as action continues all weekend long in San Jose.
Hi, I'm Harry Lightfoot. I'm a 2 times CrossFit Games athlete and I'm going to do my level 2 this weekend. During school, I was probably more of a practical kid than getting deep into like a textbook or anything like that. Playing rugby, obviously being on that pitch and having all your parents and coaches and everyone there watching, you'd wanna stand out a little bit. Looking up to these role models that are teaching me the way, I think that's what sort of like lit the spark for me. Whether it's like any sport I've played, I've had a coach figure in front of me. I've always taken it on quite well. I hope people believe me. I never got into this to become a games athlete, like never. Like I found the gyms, the method, that side of it, the affiliate first. I was back at school, my friend was trying to teach me a power snatch with a dumbbell, couldn't get my head around it. So we found a CrossFit gym and I went, never even heard of this workout that we'd done, never even heard of half the movement, and that's what drew me in. I was very coachable. You're all right at this, you're picking up things very, very quick. Good, I want to pick these things up, I want to make these people pleased with what I'm doing and progress. Again, if you go to the sports side, look at all the top athletes in any sport, they have to be coachable. Started doing some personal training before eventually moving on to working at a CrossFit affiliate. It's just it's a job I never from the start thought I'd get into, and it doesn't always feel like a job. Again, I know how cliche that sounds, but I've just enjoyed my process the whole way and still managed to qualify for a semi-final. So yeah, I owe a lot to CrossFit, I feel, and when all's said and done, I want to give back. Level 2, it's just increasing my knowledge a little bit and like I said, really diving into the coaching side. I want everybody to get something from my coaching rather than Susan that's at the back and it's like second week at CrossFit. Do you understand what I mean? So yeah, the detail, again, I want to add that to my arsenal and yeah, again, just develop as a coach, spot things that you may not have necessarily noticed before and actually getting different perspectives. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to.
Can you just check for me that is your correct email?
Yeah, that's not my work email. All right, that's a very old.
Harry's fresh.
Yeah. All right, you don't need to say it in front of the camera, but yes, that is me. Thank you very much.
Very welcome. Very welcome.
Difficult part of this seminar is jumping in and teaching, because it is quite challenging to do so, right? It is nerve-wracking. However, nobody's paying you any membership, so now is the time to make mistakes, right? Our goal throughout the seminar, me and the team, are just here to make you a little bit better than what you were when you came in. So the goal would be on Monday morning when you go in and teach your classes, just implement something different that you've learned throughout the weekend, okay? And you might end up finding that it is a huge effect.
Any questions, just ask me. If you're not sure on points of performance or you're not sure on progressions, don't make stuff up. Just do it as you usually would in your affiliates. Harry, what you got?
Push press.
Perfect.
Good. Bit quicker for me, Gareth. All right, go.
You're looking at, have I got a vertical torso? Extension will happen naturally.
Yeah, okay.
You haven't got to worry about that until things like snatching, cleaning.
Sure.
Because then it opens and it closes.
Sure.
Are you with me?
Yeah. As we're going to extend out of the bottom of the dip, we're going to like get the bar up off the shoulders just by using the legs.
I would probably add in, before that point, a dip drive slow, looks like that.
Yep.
No pause, because
Yep.
pause is a problem.
Sure.
Then a little bit of speed. So no press for now. We're going to work on speed on the way up, because you can't do a push press slowly. Right, so I'm going to go down, slow, up fast. Watch this one. With me? Now what I think about is I think about squeezing my quads as hard and as fast as I can. Watch one more, watch the speed. So I'm not bringing this in yet, right? All right, set up for me. If you're watching a class move, and teaching a push press, and everyone's doing this with the torso, you probably taught it wrong.
For as good as an athlete he is, he's a humble bloke as well. Like, he's a nice guy. You would never guess from meeting him how good of an athlete he is, which is, you know, if you want to be a good coach, you have to be humble in understanding that you're probably not the finished article yet. It's quite refreshing to see someone so like laid back and relaxed. It's not the most comfortable experience when you're coaching in front of other coaches and being told that, okay, you're very good here, but this needs a little bit of work. So it's cool to see how he can just walk into the room and has no problem with taking on feedback, but also like being pretty good at improving on that feedback as well in a short space of time.
The common movement themes exist to give us like a blueprint of which we can evaluate movement from. Harry, tell the group why you picked Tom.
I picked Tom because like as soon as he goes into his dip, his torso leans forward.
Yeah, yep. And then what does that have a knock-on effect to? The press.
Try and dip your weight straight down in between your feet and then press up to see what that looks like.
Ready?
Yeah, I'm happy.
Happier with the torso, right? Much better, okay? So that speed, you can relax, so will have so much knock-on effect, right?
Yeah, I want you to finish extending your hips first, then press. If you've done like your level 1 or something before, it like re-jogs your memory a lot of it. It actually encourages me after this weekend to go into, let's say, those movements that we were going through, in ways of breaking down every single movement. It like really inspires me to go back and have a look at that. So I'm actually quite excited already to dive into things as soon as this weekend's finished.
Realistically, there are no silly questions, and most people in this space all have the same drive and want to serve the community.
Education drives people back to the affiliates and makes the affiliates better through further education. And the games is born from the affiliates. Without the affiliates, you don't have any education. You don't have any games either. So it's one of the most important factors in CrossFit. So it's cool to see a games athlete that's able to put their chips in both camps, if you like. Yes, he's a high level athlete, but he's also humble enough to come back on the level 2 and be told that he's good at some stuff, but then also needs some work on other stuff.
Even the best of the best athletes will have movement efficiency things that can always be tweaked to the next level. As a red shirt, it's just our job to meet each individual where they're at and move the needle in the right direction, essentially.
Ready, start with straight legs, squeeze your quads, squeeze your bum.
Lots of these seminar staff members have been CrossFit affiliate owners for years and years and years, and have taught multiple classes like constantly.
We're lucky enough to have a seminar staff, Joe Pearson, coaching us at the gym already. He's just like showing me the way, like really hones in on the little tiny details
These athletes understand that they need to move, they need a little bit further by everything they could possibly do, and they trust in people who have huge amounts of knowledge and capabilities to ensure their movement patterns are correct.
The reason that I coach Harry, or that it works, is we share a lot of similar values and mindset and approaches. I think he's very aware that CrossFit, competitive CrossFit, although he wants to make it his career, it's not going to be a forever thing, and he prides himself on his coaching. It's what he did before he was an athlete, and it's likely what he'll continue to do afterwards. I know he has a lot of passion for coaching.
Under shoulder width for me, all right, team, and now we're going to carry on. Okay, get yourself ready. Good, and stand. Piper, really press up for me when you can. When you can, I need you to. There's no if. Ready? Squeeze your bum for me. Yes, that's what I'm liking to see. Okay, ready? Go!
I think the energy is really cool, the presence and attitude is really cool. It's just the subtleties now of controlling the group a little bit better with your static, dynamic, static, and then actually seeing change.
I told you I'd get a sweat on it. How visible is it? Is it obvious?
What is that?
Nerves. I think maybe I'm not as confident anymore because I don't do it as much. It makes you think, Christ, like, what could it be like if I did a little bit more? So yeah, definitely. But I don't think I could pack in being an athlete anytime soon.
It's just not an easy thing to do, is it? It's really not an easy thing to do to put yourself in front of people and actually coach them, despite the fact whether you're a games athlete or not. It's just a really uncomfortable situation to be in. You could potentially argue that it's more so for him. I think that, you know, walking the walk like everybody else does and doing so, and actually, you know, putting himself into uncomfortable positions to coach other people and whatnot can really help that come along and develop that camaraderie.
Like you said, that grassroots level, that's where I started and how I've progressed on to where I am today, and I'm not going to lose touch with that. If my incentive over the years is to give back in however many years' time when my athletic career finishes, being out of the picture and out of the frame for an amount of time and then trying to get back into it isn't going to help. If you want to become a better coach, I think this is the right progression.
We have moved back inside the SAP Center in San Jose, California, as day 3 of individual competition continues here at the 2026 CrossFit Games. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Bella Martin is down on the competition floor. Event 14 gives us not 1, but 2 new movements.
We've got the GHD wall ball shot, and for the first time ever, triple unders, ascending rep schemes on the bar muscle-ups and pig flips. Got a lot of heavy weight, a lot of high skill and unique movements. Things we used to see back in the day, but first time on the competition floor.
Given that, take us through the mission brief for event 14.
Well, for the really first time, accuracy is over everything. That goes for the med ball toss on the sit-ups and the triple unders. And you either got it or you don't, Sean. You either figured it out on the fly, like any CrossFit athlete should, or you're going to be sitting there staring at a wall or a rope for a very long time.
Let's send it down to Bella Martin on the competition floor. Bella?
Sean, there are far things more frustrating than when you're in a workout and the grips that you have aren't working on the rig that you're at, especially when you're at the CrossFit Games, and that's exactly why Fittest made the all-terrain grip. Not only can you use it without chalk, you can use it with chalk. So no matter what Dave Castro throws at you, you have a grip that is ready. I think the only thing that it can't do is get you your first bar muscle up. But for these athletes out here, shouldn't be a problem, and those that are wearing it might be able to hold on longer today.
Thank you, Bella. There's Miriam Von Rohr. She'll be working out of lane number 5. Comes in 22nd place overall.
This is a hard event to pick anybody on because we've never seen the GHD med ball toss. We've never seen triple unders in competition. And this is one of those when we came in, is that Amy Kringle had such a significant lead, and obviously she just increased that more after we had the 500-meter run. But we don't know what she can or can't do when it comes to the skill. We don't know what any of these athletes can or can't do with this skill.
Hannah Black getting her pull-up bar ready is Alexis Raptis. Comes in 21st place overall. Good to see a smile on her face. She had a rough day 1 out at the ranch during that run. Tweaked her ankle a little bit. It looks like she's ready for this one. Got through the sprint okay as well.
Another thing today, Sean, is we have 5 scored events. It's only been 1. We have ascending rep schemes twice today.
We're going to open up with 10 bar muscle-ups. Won't be a problem for any of these athletes.
I was going to say, when has 10 bar muscle-ups been the easiest part of an event?
After this, it's the 15 GHD sit-up wall balls. This is the first time we've thrown a wall ball from a GHD since 2013.
It is, but then we're just tossing them out into a field and just praying they landed where they wanted to. It'll be a little bit similar, but they're going to have to hit over that bottom line on the target.
Middle lanes, Raptis, Von Rohr, McGonigal, all moving to this portion of the event. Now, some things have changed here with the GHD wall ball. There is no requirement as far as where the athletes need to put their hips. We used to have that white line down the side of the GHD. That doesn't matter anymore. It's about touching the ball to the floor and getting it to hit the target. If you happen to drop it, you got to go get it.
Yeah, the only line that matters on this movement is the line that's on the target, and the ball has to hit above the line. And we've already seen a lot of athletes struggle getting that med ball up.
So 15 total reps here. And then after this, they will move into another new movement, triple unders.
Never thought I'd see the day, Sean. I never thought I would see the day.
It's been speculated about for a while, and they finally showed up as Holly Tynan, along with Rachel Noel, get to the triple unders, and we'll see who can master this.
And it looks like Ella Wilkinson has figured it out real quick.
Now Wilkinson on the left side of the screen has yet to trip. We've seen quite a few trips already here in this opening set. Remember, as Chase mentioned, the reps here only increase throughout this event.
Now look at two athletes wearing their grips while doing triple unders. For a double under, maybe you can get away with it. But the amount of speed you need on your wrist, who isn't wearing grips? Ella Wilkinson, who's performing the best. There is plenty of time in this event to take your grips off and put your grips back on.
Wilkinson will be the first woman to the pig, 350 pounds, 159 kilos. She has just one flip to close out round one.
When you look at the reps, 10, 15, 20, that doesn't seem like a lot, but the way these movements are, these are movements that take quite a bit of time to get them done. So this is more of a grinder than people might think it's going to be.
One pig flip is done for Wilkinson, and she will return back to the pull-up bar for now 15 bar muscle-ups. 15-minute time cap here. As Holly Tynan is in second place through her first pig flip, and the majority of the field trying to figure out the triple unders here. Wilkinson now on set number 2 on the bar muscle ups. 15 reps she has to complete here.
They go up by 5 on the rig. And this is the type of event we said with these movements, especially with these triple unders. You could be crushing it all weekend long and you get thrown a curveball. You could find yourself in a bottom 5 position just because you can't do the movement.
Janie Chevery and Miley Wade on the right side of your screen. Chevery just finished up her first pig flip. Miley Wade is done with her. 4 women have made it through the first round.
Now watch Wilkinson. She takes off her grips because there's time to do it. You do not want those grips to interfere with the rope. And I am already looking at athletes where their grips are snagging on the rope because they're trying to spin their wrists so fast. Take them off. You don't need them for the jump rope.
Second set of GHD wall balls for Wilkinson. Now 20 repetitions.
Got a no rep because she hit the line. The center of that ball has to hit above the red line.
Now, if an athlete does successfully hit above the red line but drops the ball, the rep will still count.
Yeah, the rep will end once the ball hits the target. Now, where it does, or if it shoots off to the side, or they drop it, the penalty is that they got to go chase after the ball.
Erica Folo on the left side of your screen has made it through the first round. Now 6 women are on to round number 2. Tynan and Wilkinson, the only 2 women on their second set of GHD wall balls here. 14-pound ball to a 9-foot target. After this, it's back to the triple unders now for 25 reps.
That's where Wilkinson separated herself from everybody. Tynan did a good job as well, but Wilkinson was getting multiple reps completed in a row on those triple unders. Another no rep.
Wilkinson has 2 left, and Tynan's managed to close the gap here. Tynan's going to be the first woman off the GHD wall balls, and she'll head back to the jump rope for her second set of triple unders. Hannah Black, meanwhile, is now just closed out her first round on the pig. 25 triple unders that need to be completed here. Once again, Wilkinson is having no problems.
And she's doing it just like a double under. It's a double under with a little bit higher of a bounce and a quicker flick of the wrist. You see some of these athletes are struggling. It looks like someone learning how to do double unders again. You're either someone that bounced too little and they think they need to spin the rope 1,000 miles an hour, or like Miriam, just to the right side, is that she's trying to do a super jump and just hopefully she gets 3 before she hits the ground.
Lane 7, Lucy McGonigal, because of that ankle injury, has just been hopping on one foot. I think trying to get enough momentum to then maybe get a jump and get a triple under.
That ain't going to happen. Like, doing a double under on one leg is hard enough, let alone trying to do a triple.
Now 2 pig flips. Again, 350 pounds, 159 kilos. Wilkinson has to flip it twice. And then it's back for her third and final round. Holly Tynan is moving up to the pig for the second time. As Wilkinson puts herself back in the lead, leaves her belt and returns to the pull-up bar. For now 20 bar muscle-ups.
Tynan's doing great, and she passed Wilkinson on the GHDs. Now what's good for Tynan is that the reps are increasing, so that's increasing her opportunity to catch Wilkinson.
This is what I was talking about with Lucy McGonigal.
We saw McGonigal on the run, and it looked like her leg or her knee was wrapped on the run, and she was basically having to walk. Now she sees that she's on the screen, and
that's a gutsy effort. I mean, you got to give her credit, but like you said, it's just a double under is hard enough.
It is a gutsy effort. Is it a necessary effort? Because look, doing a double under on one foot is one thing, but that's just it's too much.
Wilkinson and Tynan are the only 2 women into the third and final round here. Again, it's 20 bar muscle-ups in this third and final round. 15-minute time cap in the upper left-hand part of your screen. This is the first of 3 heats for the women here in event 14. 20 total.
And we're approaching the 9-minute mark with a 15-minute cap, with only Tynan and Wilkinson in any position for an opportunity to finish this event, because most of these athletes got pinned on the first set of 20 triple unders, and those are only going to increase in numbers along with everything else.
Wilkinson is through first and once again ditches the grip smartly. Doesn't need him at all anymore. And now back to the GHD wall balls. 25 reps here. Again, the ball just has to touch the ground and hit above that target, which Wilkinson failed to do on that opening attempt. And here comes Tynan, and this is where she closed the gap last time.
And this may be where she extends it, because Wilkinson, keep in mind, it's a decent effort just to get 1 rep, to do the whole effort, and now for it to even count. In the last set, she had about 3 or 4 no reps, and we're adding another 5 reps to this. So Holly Tynan has an opportunity to pass Wilkinson, but again, Wilkinson does so well on those triple unders.
Wilkinson came into this event in 26th place overall. Looking for her best result of the competition here. Another no rep for Wilkinson, as Tynan continues to move at a steady clip.
Tynan just got her first no rep.
Now Miriam Von Rohr, who just got off the GHG on the bottom right-hand part of your screen, she's in round number 2.
Now this is old school triple unders for Miriam. You can see that she just jumps, tucks her knees, and just gives herself enough time for that third pass to go through. And guess what? That's what's needed. Getting 1 rep at a time, great, right? Desperate times, desperate measures. So Miriam, a much better jumping position she had. Earlier she was
another no rep,
pulling her knees out to the side, but now just tucking them underneath, although that time it was only 2.
It's a 9-foot target, 14-pound ball. Inside 5 reps to go now, 4 for Wilkinson. She's taking a break as Tynan is looking to be the first woman off the GHD. She has now 2 reps remaining. Tynan is in the light blue in the middle of the screen. Next to her in the black top is Ella Wilkinson. They have led throughout this event. And now Tynan doesn't need to go retrieve that because that was her final rep. Wilkinson is done. And this is where Wilkinson has managed to regain the lead.
The other thing that Wilkinson does, a lot of times you see girls that have longer hair get tangled up in the rope often. But what Wilkinson does is that she tucks her hair underneath her tank strap to keep her hair from bouncing up over her head. I really love the approach that Wilkinson's had, taking off the grips, tucking in her hair, just giving her every opportunity to get all these external obstacles out of the way.
30 total reps here on the triple unders. Approaching the 13-minute mark, and Wilkinson has 3 pig flips between her and a heat win. Holly Tynan is now finished. Tynan joining Wilkinson on the pig as Wilkinson is getting to work on her first of 3 flips. Tynan is done.
Tynan's moving the pig very well.
Tynan is right back on it. Final flip for Wilkinson. This one's going to be close. Tynan has it up and over. It's going to be a race to the finish.
Oh!
And we'll have to wait for the official results. That is too close to call. Great race at the end between Wilkinson and Tynan. So right now, unofficially, it looks like Wilkinson edges out Tynan, 13:29.49. Tynan, 13:29.55 at 6/100ths of a second difference in an event that long.
What a rain. This one was better at the triples, one better at the GC med ball toss, both flipping the pig well. After all that work, comes down to 6/100ths of a second.
And now we'll see how far the rest of the field can get here as we have just about 30 seconds to go before we hit the time cap. I think there's going to be a lot of people going into gyms tomorrow, grabbing a jump rope and seeing if they can pull some of these off. In one of the longer events here inside the SAP Center, like you mentioned, Chase, Ella Wilkinson and Holly Tynan, it comes down to 6/100ths of a second at the end. What a charge from Tynan at the end.
Ascending reps of arm muscle ups, wall ball, GHD tosses. But Ella Wilkinson and Holly Tynan, different strengths, different opportunities to pass each other. Tynan and better on the GHD wall ball toss. But as Wilkinson, the efficiency of those triple under add up. It gave Tynan a couple of opportunities to try to run her down, and then that last flip.
Wow.
Oh, man.
Ella Wilkinson, 13:29.49 seconds. Holly Tynan, 13:29.55 seconds. We'll get the floor reset. Heat 2 coming up next. Only 2 women get through the entirety of event of 14 in the opening heats. As we continue day number 3 of competition for the individuals at the 2026 CrossFit Games. It's triple pig, 2 new movements, and it's the jump rope that has proven to be the problem here.
And ascending reps at each one of them. We start with bar muscle-ups, increase 5. GHD wall ball shots, triple unders, and pig flips. And yes, the triple unders will be the difference maker on who wins and who just sits there looking at the rope.
Given that, what is the mission brief for triple pig?
Look, it's a general physical skill. We don't see that often tested, but accuracy over everything. That goes for the GHD and the triple under. And at the end of the day, Sean, you either got it or you don't. You're either going to get through this event or you're going to sit there frustrated for 15 minutes.
10 women on the competition floor for this second of 3 heats. Olivia Kerstetter will be working out of lane number 3. She comes in 16th place overall, and that 350-pound pig probably not going to be a problem for her.
Well, unfortunately, there's only 6 reps of those, and we've got a lot of other work to get to, including those triple unders.
Matilda Garnis is down in lane number 9. Comes in 17th place.
She's had a very up and down weekend. There was a time where I thought she was a little banged up, but then she finished last night so well.
Time to beat 13:29.49 seconds, and the second best time was only 6/100ths of a second slower than that.
We know 10 bar muscle-ups are going to be a problem for no one. And we'll see what type of rhythm these athletes can get on the GHD med ball toss, because Wilkinson and Tynan were basically doing slow single reps, and what you'd hope to see as these heats advance, that we have a bit more of a fluid motion right from the ground to the target and right back down again.
Garnis and Surya Meha, who you're looking at now in lane number 5 in the middle of your screen, were the first 2 women onto their opening set of GHD sit-up wall balls. 15 reps they need to hit here, so at the 25 rep mark, that's the number that's displayed in the white box to the right of the athletes' names at the top of the screen. They will move on to their first set of triple unders.
And it does look like we have a bit more consistent rep count, fluid motion from ground to toss, whereas in the earlier heat, it was almost one singular rep at a time.
Abby Domit in lane 7, looking to be the first woman to move on to her opening set of triple unders. Surya Meha has 2 reps left, and Domit is now done. And she will move to the jump rope along with Ellie Turner. Turner in the long black pants, now just getting started on her triple unders. Olivia Kerstetter is there as well in the all black and the yellow shoes.
And Turner looks so good in that center lane. That is how you do a triple under.
Ellie Turner is ripping through these, and she is just about done, has 2 reps remaining.
Just a slight extra bounce, faster flick of the wrist. That was beautiful.
Ellie Turner moves to the 350-pound pig, 159 kilos, 1 flip to close out round 1. Meanwhile, Olivia Kerstetter is working through her set.
And this is the only question I have for Ellie Turner, because she has had that back injury in the past, is how she's going to handle the pig. And it looks like it's going to be no problem for Ellie Turner.
Turner back to the rig as Annika Greer and Kyra Milligan have both finished up. Greer's at the top of your screen. There's Kyra Milligan.
Turner about 20 seconds ahead of pace from Wilkinson in heat number 1.
Milligan has moved into second place, and it's Annika Greer in third. They're the only 3 women right now into round number 2. Is Kerstetter moving from left to right as closed out her first set of triple unders, and she'll get to work on the pig, and that won't be a problem for Olivia.
Bar muscle-ups increasing from 10 to 15.
The 61 rep mark is when Turner will move back to the GHD wall balls. Ellie Turner, 14th place overall coming into this event, making her 4th career appearance at the CrossFit Games, her first since 2023. 4 bar muscle-ups remain for her here in the set of 15. Kyra Milligan and Annika Greer are fighting for second place, and Kerstetter has gotten to work on her second of 3 sets of bar muscle-ups, and now Turner is done.
Turner looked very smooth on her previous set of GHD med ball tosses. Now we're going from 15 reps to 20 reps.
And Saria Meha has finished up her set of triple unders. As you take a look at Ellie Turner and Kyra Milligan, the top 2 women in this heat. Annika Greer is also on to her second set of GHD wall ball. She's at the far end of the floor in lane 10. Greer on the right side of your screen.
See, Greer resets after each rep. Where Kyra Milligan on the left screen has a nice rhythm. She does about 5 or 6 reps at a time before she takes a break.
Turner continues to lead, but only by 4 reps now over Milligan. Milligan back to work. After this, it's back to the triple unders. 25 total reps on that, and given how quickly Ellie Turner got through that first set, I don't think the second set is going to be much of a problem either.
It's really funny to watch. We're athletes where this used to be, the double under used to be what the triple under is now. When it came into like watching people try to figure it out, they would do the high jump, the knee tuck, the spin and pray, like I like to call it. But Ellie Turner is showing you exactly how it's done. You don't need to jump a foot in the air. You don't need to be out of control. You got to find that sweet spot, have a good bounce, and just spin those wrists.
And the grip's not getting in the way. She's got to get to the 106 rep mark.
Now first, that's her third miss. For this is just get a couple of high bounce double unders and find that rhythm and then get into your triple speed.
Kyra Milligan in the middle of your screen is on to her second set of triple unders, and now Annika Greer grabs the rope down in lane number 10. The 2 reps remain for Turner, and she's done. And now 2 pig flips to close out round number 2.
Now, Ellie Wilkinson was done with her second flip at the 7:26 mark.
Final flip for Turner. Here comes Kyra Milligan for her second of 3 sets on the pig. The Turner's done. She'll head back to the rig for her final set of bar muscle-ups. First pig flip is good for Milligan. Upper right-hand part of your screen. There's Annika Greer. Back to the pig.
Now, Kyra Milligan made up some ground on the bar muscle-ups in the last set. Now she has 5 more going into this one. 20 bar muscle-ups to start the third and final round. What's important there is that Ellie Turner is so good on the triple unders, you're going to have to find some area where you can keep pace or maybe capture it. The bar muscle-ups is going to be one. Ellie Turner is breaking a lot on these bar muscle-ups. Kyra Milligan has a nice big kick. She's receiving so high on the bar, saving her arms for that med ball throw that's really been blowing up these athletes' shoulders.
Turner has 11 reps to go before she'll move back to the GHD wall ball for the final time. Milligan is now your leader.
Milligan's going to need about a 30-second or more cushion going into the triple unders, but the way Milligan has been moving the pig versus Ellie Turner has, if she's close, we might see that same type of race we saw in the first heat between Wilkinson and Tynan.
Top 2 women on the screen. On the right is Kyra Milligan, and on the left, it's Ellie Turner. 128 reps is the score that Milligan needs to hit before she can move back to the GHD, so she has 4 left. Turner with 8 to go. Final rep for Milligan. And she will head to the GHD wall balls. 25 repetitions she needs to complete here as Turner is putting the finishing touches on her bar muscle-ups, taking another break. Now Annika Greer is threatening to pass Turner for second. And Greer is done, and she will head to the GHDs along with Turner. The two of them now dead even behind Kyra Milligan, who's in the center of your screen in lane 6.
Milligan's got a 30-second lead on both Turner and Greer, and it is set at 8 to open up those GHD med ball shots.
25 reps here, then 30 triple unders. Annika Greer on the right side continues that methodical pace that we saw in round 2.
Milligan just hit another set of 5. So she might be 10 reps away from moving on to the triple unders.
153 reps, that's the score that Milligan needs to get to before she heads back to the jump rope.
Milligan wants to take the heat. She's got to keep the pressure on Turner and Greer.
So 5 reps left. Make it 4 for Milligan, now 3. Ellie Turner has moved back into second place. And now Milligan is done. And what did you say she needed going into the triple unders?
She needed a good 30-second cushion to keep herself ahead of Turner. But Turner, again, she only has a handful of reps left to go.
So Milligan looking to punch her way into the top 10 and into that third and final heat.
This might be the best set of triple unders Milligan has had in this entire event.
Now here comes Ellie Turner. She's picking up the jump rope. Annika Greer has a couple reps left on the top of your screen. But your leaders are in the middle of the floor. Kyra Milligan and Ellie Turner.
Milligan starting to miss. That fatigue setting in. You got to try to find that rhythm again.
She only has 10 reps remaining. 183 is the mark she has to hit as Annika Greer trying to catch up to the leaders. Solidly in third place right now in the heat. And Milligan is through. 3 pig flips between her and a heat win. And likely the new top time in the event. Annika Greer has passed Turner for second place. Now Turner back to work as Milligan is through her first of 3 pig flips, and the second one is done. Final flip for Milligan, and she will be your new event leader. Kyra Milligan takes heat 2. 12:28.34 seconds, a minute faster than both Wilkinson and Tynan, as here comes Annika Greer trying to lock up second place in the heat and in the event. Ellie Turner is done with her final set of triple unders and will join Greer on the pig. Second flip done for Annika Greer. Ellie Turner gets her first one done, and she's right back to work. She's going to catch Greer here. This is the final flip for Greer. She's got to hurry. Greer has it, and she will get in, and that will be good enough for second place in the event. And now Ellie Turner is through. 13:08.65 seconds for Turner.
That's got to be a great confidence boost for Ellie Turner. That is a heavy pig, and for her to flip it that well under fatigue, especially with their back history, it should feel really good for Ellie Turner.
There's Lydia Fish working on her triple unders. She's on her third and final round. And there are the fish heads. Lydia Fish, 20th place overall coming into the event. Her second career appearance in the CrossFit Games. Last year she was 13th overall. She actually started CrossFit in 2020 after she won a 3-month membership by winning a running race. Maybe I'll go try this thing out.
Oh, wait.
Oh, look, I made the games.
I'm really good at it.
Here comes Olivia Kerstetter. She has 3 flips remaining. Less than 30 seconds to go here. Has a chance to finish up. 15 seconds, 1 flip left for Kerstetter. And Olivia Kerstetter is going to make it with a couple seconds to spare. 14:54.44 seconds for Kerstetter, and that will do it for Heat 2, as 4 women are able to get through the entirety of that event in the allotted time, but it's Kyra Milligan with the new top time at 12:28.34 seconds.
Ellie Turner set the tone and the standard of what a triple under should look like. Leading early over Kyra Milligan and Annika Greer. Almost looked like she was going to run away with it early, but again, these reps increase from round 1, 2, and 3, and it was the bar muscle-ups where Kyra Milligan in the back part of your screen made her move in that 3rd round to get ahead of Ellie Turner. Ellie Turner trying to catch up on the left side of your screen, but Annika Greer started moving herself into a 2nd place position, and then once Kyra Milligan got to the rope for the 3rd time, she saved the best for the last round as she got herself to the pig first, made very quick work of those last 3 reps to set the new time to beat.
We've had 2 heats, and so far 6 women have been able to complete this event. The 3rd and final heat coming up. Overall leaders take the floor as our coverage of the 2026 CrossFit Games continues. We are set for the 3rd and final heat of individual event 14 of 20 for the women. Glad you're with us inside the SAP Center in San Jose, California, everybody. Only 6 women have gotten through this entire event. Amy Kringle is your overall leader. 3 event wins on day 1. And ever since then, she has been running away from the competition like she did earlier in the 500-meter sprint.
It's been absolutely incredible to watch her work so far. Now the big question is how she's going to handle the pressure coming into Saturday. Well, pretty darn well so far, if this morning is any indication. But Amy Kringle saving the best for last on the last straightaway, absolutely demolishing the field.
And now has more than a 100-point lead over Lucy Campbell, meaning if you're new to the sport, Kringle can take this event off, take a 0 and still be your overall leader. Lucy Campbell by just 1 point over Emma Lawson for the 2nd spot in the standings. Maddie Sturt sits in 4th with 696 points. 2 new movements here. The triple unders have been the problem.
Yeah, bar muscle-ups, all right, pig flips, we've seen that before. GG wall ball shots, that's new. Triple unders, that's going to be the deciding factor in this event.
What is the Air National Guard mission brief here now that you've watched 2 heats?
2 major components of accuracy here. One on the med ball shots to the high wall. The other, obviously, those triple unders. And it's one of those events, if you've been practicing, good for you. If not, You either got it or you don't, and we've seen a lot of people standing around wishing they'd practice this in the offseason.
Let's bring in Bella Martin, who's down there on the competition floor. Bella?
Sean, Chase, at this point, there is no excuse if you do not have triple unders in your arsenal at the CrossFit Games. When this workout was announced, the comment section the question was, who has this? But the better question is, who has it mastered? Triple unders was first announced on main site in 2013. We haven't seen it in 13 years. Here it is. Any athlete who's been around for a while, they've had 13 years to practice, so I want to see some mastery here.
Top 10 women in the overall standings out there on the competition floor. Amy Kringle working in lane number 6. Just looking to avoid a disaster now. And for the women chasing her, they got to start hitting some home runs and hoping that they can get some help in the process.
Yeah, it used to be, hey, place well, chip away. Not anymore. You got over 100-point lead. You're going to have to hope that you have a great event, Lucy Campbell being one of them, and that Amy Kringle stumbles.
Third and final heat underway. We start with the 10-bar muscle-ups. Kyra Milligan has the top time, 12:28.34 seconds. And again, only 6 women so far have been able to get through the entirety of this event inside the 15-minute time cap.
Now, all these opening reps of the bar muscle-ups, GHD wall ball shots, and triple unders are going to increase by 5 reps each round.
And basically the entire field gets done at the same time. And Lucy Campbell is going to be the last woman off the bar muscle-ups. Opening set of the GHD wall balls, 15 reps. 14 pounds to a 9-foot target. Ball has to touch the floor and hit the target above that bottom red line for the rep to count.
A lot more smooth reps than we saw in the first heat. You got that seamless movement from ground to lap to rig.
Well, Lisa Fuliano on the right side of your screen is your leader early here in this heat. At the 45 rep mark, pardon me, 25 rep mark is when she's going to get out of the GHC, and Amy Kringle is the first woman there. So Fuliano's score is wrong, the reps that she has completed. Now Amy Kringle, well, if you were hoping for triple unders to trip her up, too bad.
Too bad. That looks pretty darn good. Hands low, feet together, little bounce, 20 unbroken triple unders.
Now to the pig for the first time for Amy Kringle.
Just over 2 minutes after that first round, already 40 seconds ahead of the time to beat pace. And if you thought, hey, maybe this thing will slow her up, no, it's certainly not going to be the pig. You're looking at the athlete who won the deadlift on day number 1.
Kringle back to the pull-up bar. Ariel Lowen is in second place along with Emma Lawson. Lawson third place overall coming into this event. She's 1 point behind Campbell for second. Lowen, 6th place overall. Still has a chance of maybe working her way into podium contention, but I mean, this is just how this entire competition has gone. It has been Amy Kringle, it's been everybody else. And just when you think, like you said, hey, maybe this will be the time. No, she's passed every test so far. Meanwhile, Lucy Campbell struggling on triple unders. Down to singles.
And listen, as long as you're consistent getting that done, chipping away on it is really all you can do.
Kringle finished with her 15 bar muscle ups. Now back to the GHD sit-ups, 20 reps here. And she's leaving no doubt on these reps either. I mean, hitting that top red line.
This is one of those events that might just break the rest of the field because, as you said, Sean, with something like a triple under, everyone is probably saying, hey, maybe she doesn't have them. Maybe this is the chance where we can get that 50 or 60 point swing. The problem is she does have them. She has them unbroken, and all the athletes that are chasing her, it just kind of breaks your spirit a bit, seeing how well Amy Kringle is working her way through this.
Fittest is the official apparel, footwear, and jump rope partner of the 2026 CrossFit Games. Shop performance gear built for elite athletes at fittestsport.com. It's a battle for second in this heat, and it's a battle for second right now in the competition. Because Amy Kringle's got this thing locked down. And Lucy Campbell is now closing out her first round as Kringle is back to the rope. Campbell in second place, but 107 points back of Kringle for first.
Well, she needs to look behind her because she's only 1 point ahead of Emma Lawson on the leaderboard, and Emma Lawson is already into her second round of GHD med ball shots.
And Amy Kringle looking to go unbroken again on the triple unders. You talked about this earlier. Dave Castro talked about signature performances from champions.
We thought it could have been the run, the way she's finished events, the way she finished the trail run. She was 50 meters behind Haley Adams going into the final quarter mile. She was out of frame, and then all of a sudden she's crossing the finish line ahead of her. We saw her on the cycling event, hanging back in that lead group, and then on the whole last lap, blew everyone away on the final lap, and then we saw it again on the run earlier this morning. But we thought it could have been that run, but it's going to be this event. The way Amy Kringle has come into this event and has not only performed well, but has performed near flawlessly, this could be that signature event that really is going to show you who maybe the next elite female games athlete is going to be standing on top of the leaderboard come Sunday.
Amy Kringle back to the bar muscle ups, 20 reps he's got to complete here in this final round. Lucy Campbell is on her second set of GHD wall balls. She's in lane 5. Emma Lawson on the bottom right part of your screen, I think, is in round 2 on the double one, or the triple unders, pardon me. But Kringle just continues to just fly at a level that no one else can reach right now. Lawson is closing out round 2 here on her first of 2 flips on that 350-pound, 159-kilo pig.
Kringle has 6 bar muscle-ups left.
Final rep for Kringle, and now to the GHDs for the last time. 25 reps she has to complete here, and then the minor inconvenience of the triple unders. These are the standings coming in. A 107-point lead between Kringle and Campbell. Emma Lawson is the only other athlete above 700 points, and now it's really about that battle for the final 2 podium spots. Lucy Campbell, middle of your screen on the bottom, on her triple unders, down to singles again. Emma Lawson, chalking her hands on the right side, is ahead of Campbell, meaning that if these results hold, Lawson will move into second place behind Kringle.
Still, this being event 14. This is the second event of 5 for the day, so there's still plenty of time to go back and forth on the leaderboard. And what Lucy Campbell needs to do is she needs to minimize how far ahead Emma Lawson is going to get in front of her during this event.
Lucy Campbell is just trying to get through this second round. Danielle Brandon is ready to close out round 2 as she moves to the pig. There is Amy Kringle, who is just demolishing this event. The time to beat is in the upper left-hand part of your screen. Is probably not going to last much longer. Amy Kringle already has 4 event wins in this competition. Final set of triple unders for her, 30 reps. And that's the first time she's broken, and she chose to do it.
That's right. She did 20 in a row.
Man. Amy Kringle, 3 pig flips remaining. Two remaining, has plenty of time to win the event. Final flip for Amy Kringle, who continues to break away from the field, and she may have just broken her fellow competitors' will to compete. 100 points, 5th event win for Kringle, and is that the signature moment in her first ever championship?
Nearly beating the time to beat by 2 minutes.
Emma Lawson now is second place on the floor with Ariel Lowen, your leader. Lowen is in her 3rd and final round of triple unders. Now here comes Lawson, who's looking to move ahead of Lucy Campbell for second place. All she has to do is finish ahead of Campbell in this event. Still plenty of time to go in this event. I think Alex Gazan and Maddie Sturt are still in their first round of triple unders.
Yep.
They are on either side of the screen. Sturt on the left, Gazan on the right.
They have been sitting there trying to get these first 20 reps for the last 10 minutes.
And Lowen is done. So Lowen looking to finish second in this heat. Kyra Milligan's time is going to be good enough for second place in the event. That's going to tie Milligan's best career result in an event, as Lowen is making quick work of that pig, and she is across the finish line with plenty of time to spare. 12:43.09 seconds. Alex Gazan, who I know came here looking to at least try and finish on the podium, is having some serious problems in this event, as Emma Lawson will move herself into second place. Now Lucy Campbell is trying to finish up her 3rd and final set of triple unders. Paige Rogers has moved to the pig, as Elisa Fuliano just came across the finish line. approaching the 14-minute mark. So now 1 minute to go, and Paige Rogers is going to make it inside the time cap. Now for the time cap, if you get capped, the tie break is the time at which you finished the last round, the last movement. And 20 seconds to go before we hit the cap. And the good news for Lucy Campbell is that both Maddie Stern and Alex Gazan, who came in 4th and 5th place, are way behind. So Campbell looking to just fall to 3rd place and keep herself on the podium. And there's just a lot of frustration out there, as there is your time cap. And there is Amy Kringle, who may be your next champion.
Someone did their homework.
She's won 5 events so far. Tia Toomey has the record with 9 in a single competition. But we still have a long way to go here.
Let's zoom into lane 6 for this entire replay, because Amy Kringle, right from the jump, there was no doubt when she did 20 unbroken triple unders, you knew everyone else was in trouble. Smooth, methodical, unrelenting, and unbroken for the first 2 rounds of those triple unders. Set at 20 unbroken, 25 unbroken, and in the process, broke the spirit of every athlete chasing her down. We may be 14 events in. We're just going to watch the champ do 6 more the rest of the weekend.
10:41.36 seconds. Kyra Milligan gets her best result of the competition and ties for her best career result at the CrossFit Games in 2nd place. And it's Ariel Lowen who locks up 3rd place, and then a trio of Canadians in 4th, 5th, and 6th. Getting used to saying this throughout the weekend. Bella Martin is with Amy Kringle.
Amy Kringle, congratulations on another event win. You are creeping event by event closer to Tia Toomey. The conversation, you have 5 event wins. Her most is 9 in a single CrossFit Games competition. Is that something that you're confident and you feel internally yet?
It's getting there, that's for sure, yeah. Because my previous Games years, I wasn't even like, I'd get like top 5 in a few, but a win would never be something that I'd thought of. So yeah, to get 5 so far, I'm loving it.
You are from the Isle of Man, and it's a very small place. For those that don't know, what is the impact and significance for you to be representing them here at this competition?
Yeah, I come from a very small place, but I'm not going to lie, there's a few good athletes from there, so we're doing all right. But yeah, it's nice to come from a small place that no one's really heard of, and yeah, represent it, kind of. I'm in the UK now.
Amy, to be in the CrossFit Games is something that most people can only dream of. To be an athlete that continues to don the leader's jersey, people on their feet clapping for you. Tell us what that feels like to hear your name being chanted event after event.
Yeah, it really means a lot to just have the support and everyone cheering on. Yeah, I really appreciate it. So thank you.
Great job, Amy Kringle. Well done yet again.
Amy Kringle, her 5th win of this competition. She came in with a 107-point lead. It's only going to get bigger. Impressive effort from Amy Kringle. We are not done yet. We're going to take a break. When we return, the men take on Triple Pig. So stay with us here in San Jose, California.
How long are you going to listen to a society that tells you that there's an easy way? Listen to me, there is no quick fix. They're telling us it's a pill, it's an injection, it's this, it's that. No, it's hard work. Your future health is based on the decision you make today. You don't have to be the quickest, the strongest. You just need to take charge. Yes, optimal health can be a reality, yes. It's yours, but you gotta get up and you gotta go get it. It's yours, but you gotta put in the work. It's yours, but you gotta grind. All it takes is you making a decision right now, because practice makes permanent.
Day 3 of competition continues here at the 2026 CrossFit Games as we are live inside the SAP Center in the heart of the Silicon Valley, San Jose, California. We are glad you are with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram, and it's Mike Arsenault who has us covered down on the competition floor. We will hear from him in just a second. Event 14 of 20. It's triple pig, and we're introducing not one, but two new movements.
Oh, we saw it on the women's side. It's going to be those triple unders, but we have ascending reps of bar muscle-ups, GHD wall ball shots, triple unders, and pig flips. That GHD wall ball shot being one of the two new movements, as you just said.
What's the mission brief here for the men as they get set to take on this challenge?
Not a lot of times accuracy becomes the main character in the story, but it is the number one thing you need for the triple unders and med ball shots, and we've seen it. You either got it or you don't. You should have practiced it while they announced it. We'll see who did that coming up.
Well, Mike Arsenault is down on the competition floor and is going to help us get a grip on some things. Mike?
I see what you did there, Sean. What has one constant been in the 20-year evolution of the sport of CrossFit? The fact that it's unknown and unknowable. And that's where these Fittest all-terrain grips come in handy, because they can work with chalk or without chalk, and depending on the type of pull-up bar. So we have smooth pull-up bars. In this event, the grips will work there, and a lot of people at their home gyms have knurled pull-up bars. So no matter what the surface is of the pull-up bars, if you have these all-terrain grips, make sure you can hang on even longer, even though if your brain is telling you to drop off the bar.
Thank you, Mike. My brain tells me that a lot, and I listen to it.
Immediately. Only time I do listen.
Exactly. First of three heats for the men, 10 athletes out on the floor. Spencer Panchik is going to be in lane at number 9, comes in at 27th place overall, but an athletic guy. See what he can do here with the triple unders. There is Anyo Lakai, who will be in lane at number 6, 21st place overall. There is Spencer competing alongside his twin brother Saxon. Second time the two of them have been in the field. Of course, their other older brother, Scott, one of the most consistent CrossFit Games individuals that we have seen compete here on this stage.
Who is competing in the Masters division this weekend.
Scott Panchik is one of the reasons, half of the reason, Rich Froning being the other, as to why we have the rule now where you have to step over the barbell on your way to the finish line. Open it up with the 10-bar muscle-ups before we get to the initial set of 15 GHD wall balls.
Just a nice little easy buy-in. For us normal humans, we would still be on the rig for the remaining 15 minutes.
The entire field to the opening set of GHD wall balls at the same time. This time it is a 20-pound ball to that 10-foot target, so the ball has to hit clearly above that top red line.
And the center part of that ball must be over the red line. 20 pounds. 15 reps in the first round. It'll increase 5 every time they come back here.
Callian Souza and Quinn Robinson, who you saw a moment ago, going through those wall balls. At the 25 rep mark, they will move to their initial set of triple unders, 20 reps on the rope and then 1 pig flip. 510 pounds, 231 kilos on the pig. This is Callian Souza, the first man to pick up his jump rope. He knocks out 2 reps and then stops.
And we'll see who did their homework.
Quinn Robinson and Callum Clements. Robinson on the left, Clemens on the right. And Callum Clements got a few successful reps. Kai Jenkins is now on to the triple unders. Spencer Panchik moving to the jump rope.
And here's the thing with the triple under, Sean, is that you mentioned unknown and unknowable. This movement wasn't unknown, neither unknowable, because they announced that triple unders were going to be in the games well in advance of athletes showing up this weekend. So they had time to practice, time to work on it. And if they get stuck there, I don't know what to tell you.
Spencer Panchik got through those triple unders first, and he is onto the pig for his initial flip. And triple unders, as we talked about in the women's competition, programmed in 2013. And I remember when Heber Cannon came in and grabbed Tommy Marquez and said, hey, can you do triple unders for .com, right? And Tommy's like, I think so. And they went out and shot a video that's still available on YouTube. And Tommy, because he's such a disgustingly good athlete, knocked them all right out. Ty Jenkins is done with round one. But that's how long those have been around and how long we've been speculating as to whether or not they would show up at this level.
If you are going to be a coach of games athletes, you need to look at the history, not just at the CrossFit Games, but of CrossFit. The movements that we bring out to the competition floor are not movements we've never seen before. We have seen .com program triple unders 13 years ago. We have seen MedMall GHD shots programmed at the original CrossFit gym in Santa Cruz. None of this is new. None of this is unknowable. Me maybe never seen it on the CrossFit competition floor, but we're doing CrossFit, Sean. So if you want to be a games athlete or if you want to be a games coach, you better know your history, not just what happened in 2007, but what is happening for the last 25 years when CrossFit was first created by Greg Glassman.
Spencer Panchik is going to be the first man back to the GHDs. He's got 20 reps here with the GHD wall ball.
And now
Ty Jenkins and Nick Matthew fighting for second place. And remember, Nick Matthew a couple years back when we had the crossovers was the guy who figured those out the quickest.
He was. He the double under crossovers, which also included that press to handstand that year in the skills medley knockout rounds.
And Nick Matthew is in 29th place overall coming into this event. And he is through his second set of bar muscle-ups. Benjamin Reyes down in lane one has joined Jenkins and Panchik on the GHD wall balls. Callian Souza is getting ready to start his second set, as is Luis Cuellar. We still have a couple men who are finishing up their first set of triple unders. Ben Fowler and Aniola Kai, in the bottom right-hand part of your screen, are still on round one. But the 81 rep mark that Panchik has just hit is when the athletes will move back to the jump rope for now 25 triple unders.
So look at the way Spencer sets things up. He does a slow double under, followed by a slow double under, so that his rope speed isn't out of control fast and he's not jumping off the floor. You just need to bounce just a couple inches higher and spin just a little faster from the wrists, not the arms, to get that triple under. You do the same technique when teaching a double under. You can't do double unders at quick single under reps. You bounce a little higher, slow your rope down, and then just speed it up from there. Sounds easier said than done. I agree. However, if you're the fittest people in the world, you should also have the ability to adapt on the fly. We say this all the time. Adaptation should be that 11th general physical skill to go along with accuracy, which is on full display here in this event.
Saxon Panchik is through 2 of his 3 rounds as he heads back to Zeus. And he will now jump up and complete 20 bar muscle-ups in this third and final round as Ty Jenkins gets some chalk on his hands, approaches the 510-pound, 231-kilo pig. He has 2 flips now to complete here before he will join Spencer Panchik back on the rig. Jenkins is through and moves himself into his third and final round. Reyes was at the bottom of the floor in lane 1. Is now your leader for that third place position here in this first of 3 heats for the men. Event 14, 20 total events here this weekend before we crown the fittest man on earth. Spencer Panchik has 10 reps to go. He's got to get to the 128 rep mark before he moves back to the GHC wall balls for the final time. Reyes is having some problems on the pig.
I mean, if you ever try to move a refrigerator by yourself?
Yeah. Not successfully.
And the pig is one of those implements that you can't buy anymore. They're not in the warm-up area. You just got to adapt on the fly once you get out there.
Nick Matthew is going to join Reyes here for the second time on the pig, as is Luis Cuellar. Callum Clements is closing out his second round as well. There's your leader in the heat, Spencer Panchik. 20 reps to go here on the GHC wall balls. And then it's a final set of 30 triple unders as Ty Jenkins at the bottom of your screen is second behind Panchik in this third round. $15-minute time cap in this event. The top 2 have separated themselves. Panchik and Ty Jenkins. There's a good battle for third going on behind them between Reyes, Matthew, and Clements. Also, Luis Cuellar is involved in that. I've yet to see anyone drop the ball.
I saw a few on the team side just trying to see what it's going to look like for a lot of these athletes, but overall, a lot of these individuals really haven't had any issue in terms of missing the target or dropping the ball.
Top 2 on the screen right now as Spencer Panchik is 10 reps away from closing out this set. Ty Jenkins is creeping up on him as Panchik gets back to work.
Jenkins came in about 7 or 8 reps behind Spencer and has picked up a few on him.
Five reps remain for Spencer Panchik. And Spencer Panchik is done. Back to the rope, 30 more triple unders for him. As Benjamin Reyes is leading the way for that third place spot in this heat.
And once you find your rhythm on these, it just feels different. It's like a golf swing, right? You make good contact, it feels easy. You get in the right position, you get the right timing, and all of a sudden it just becomes light and it becomes easy. That was in a beautiful set by Spencer Panchik.
30 reps unbroken for Panchik. 3 pig flips remain as he looks to set the early top time here and win heat number 1. Final flip for Panchik.
And not to discredit how easy he's making those pig flips look.
Is in. Spencer Panchik takes the heat, 12 minutes, 0.05 seconds. Now we will see if anyone else can join him at the finish line. Ty Jenkins is your leader on the floor right now. This is his final set of triple unders. He has 3 reps remaining. Jenkins in his second individual appearance here at the CrossFit Games. He was first 3 straight years as a teenage competitor from 2021 through 2023. First flip down for Ty. And Ty Jenkins is going to complete all the work inside the time cap as he comes in at 13:11.69 seconds.
He's got a hair flow that would make White Goodman jealous.
Oh. Feathered and lethal. Speaking of which, you're representing the Purple Cobras really well today.
You look like a blueberry.
This is the battle for third place now as Clements, Souza, and Reyes, the 3 men on your screen.
Well, Reyes is caught up a lot. He was having a lot of trouble with that last set of pig flips.
Now Nick Matthew on the far end of the floor is going to start his third and final set of triple unders. 1 minute to go before we hit the time cap. These will be 3 men fighting for third place in the heat. Benjamin Reyes is on the left. Callian Souza with no shirt. And Callum Clements next to him. Reyes has, I believe, 10 reps remaining. .30 seconds left before we hit the time cap. And Clemens is going to have a chance to at least get a pig flip in here. Clemens gets right to work. 15 seconds to go. Final flip for Clemens as Nick Matthew also got to the pig.
Oh, man.
Matthew was right there. He's putting some pressure on Clemens, who won't be able to get across the finish line, but does complete all 186 scored repetitions. Spencer Panchik is going to have your top time heading into heat number 2. 12 minutes, 0.05 seconds as he and Ty Jenkins, the only 2 men to get across the finish line inside that 15-minute time cap. And it's the triple unders again.
Like we said, you either got it or you don't. And the athletes that are going to win this event have it. Spencer Panchik was one of the only athletes that had it. Nearly unbroken the first 2 rounds. Looked very comfortable on the bar muscle up, but it was that last set of triple unders. 30 reps unbroken. Got better and better every set, and I said earlier is that the way he flipped this pig, also incredible performance for Spencer Panchik.
Spencer looking for his best result of the competition, and he will wait and see if that 12 minutes will stick. 2 heats remain as our coverage continues at the 2026 CrossFit Games. Two heats remain here in event 14 for the individual men as we continue the third day of competition at the 2026 CrossFit Games from the SAP Center in San Jose, California. Event 14 is triple pig, and it is the triple unders that are proving to be the biggest sticking point.
Ascending rep schemes of bar muscle-ups, GHD wall ball shots, as you said, triple unders and pig flips. But yes, can you navigate your way around the movement that was announced well before the game started? Did you do your homework? We're about to find out.
Give us the mission brief presented by Air National Guard for this test.
Accuracy over everything. That goes for the wall ball target. That goes double for those triple unders. You either got them or you don't. And we're about to see who's going to get exposed out here on the competition floor very soon.
10 men in this second of 3 heats. Guimayeros comes in as the top-ranked man in this heat. He's 11th place overall, looking to punch his way into the top 10. And then Dylan Hamming in lane 2 has had some flashes here at this competition. He's a 33-year-old individual games rookie. Has been here twice before on a team, though.
Well, he's had a very great rookie debut. You walk in as a rookie, you're a bit bright-eyed, a little bushy-tailed. He's had some really good performances over the last 2 days.
Second heat is underway. Only 2 men in heat number 1 were able to complete the entirety of this event inside the 15-minute time cap. Spencer Panchik and Ty Jenkins, and there's Guimayeros looking to work his way into the top 10.
10 muscle-up buy-in. That will increase to 15 and 20 over the next 3 rounds in this event. We haven't had anybody have much trouble with the technical aspect of the GHD wall ball shot, but more of just stringing them together, perhaps try to make up some time or some speed on the rest of the field.
There's Pat Vellner, 10th appearance here at the CrossFit Games. Currently sits in 17th place overall. He was 22nd after day 1, so he has managed to pick up some ground, but the customary Pat Vellner comeback that we are so used to seeing has really not developed in full.
It's not, but you know, that's the challenge of the CrossFit Games. It's just because I used to do it in the past doesn't mean it's a guarantee in the future. You still got to step out on the competition floor and perform.
Fiebig and Mazaradza are your leaders right now in this heat, but we'll really figure out what's going on once the majority of the field gets to the jump rope. Fiebig's going to be the first man to start his initial set of 20 triple unders. Saxon Panchik is towards the bottom of your screen, just missed on his first attempt. There's Fiebig.
There it is.
And Pat Vellner is knocking these out as well. Pat Vellner has yet to put the rope down. Unbroken for Pat Vellner.
Very calm, very smooth, very technically sound.
Lawrence Fiebig also got through his opening set of 20 triple unders okay. First pig flip at 510 pounds, 231 kilos. And it's Fiebig and Vellner leading the way here. Bailey Martin has just closed out his first set. He's walking to the pig for the first time as Vellner and Fiebig get to work on round 2. Opens up with 15 bar muscle-ups. Bailey Martin is through.
Bar muscle-ups go from 10 reps in round 1 to 15 reps in round 2. We'll be adding 5 reps to the wall ball GHDs and the triple unders.
Pat Vellner, his 10th individual appearance here at the CrossFit Games. His first ever appearance at the Games was in 2015 when he was on a team, but he has only finished outside the top 10 here in his career once, and that was in 2019, which a lot of people put an asterisk by that year just because of the way it was structured.
Actually got cut on a foot fault during a sprint that really knocked him out of that cut line that year.
Well, Fiebig is going to be the first man back to his second set of GHD wall ball. So now 20 reps they need to complete here. So the 81 rep mark is when both Vellner and Fiebig will head back to their jump ropes for their second set of triple unders.
What Fiebig's doing is he's using that momentum from the bottom to help with the throw. Just sit up and do a dead stop throw is a very tough thing to do with that 20-pound ball to that 10-foot target. So you want to utilize that momentum, pulling it up to your chest, sitting up and using that lever action to help launch the ball off your chest to the target.
Fiebig does have an event win under his belt here at the 2026 CrossFit Games. He won the grass track bike race on Wednesday, maintaining a 2-rep lead on Vellner here. And Fiebig has 6 to go on the GHD wall balls. Vellner at the top of your screen in the black top, yellow wristbands. He's moving at a steady clip and has tied Fiebig. Final rep for Vellner, final rep for Fiebig. Now Vellner went unbroken on his last set of triple unders. This round it's 25 reps they need to complete here with the rope.
And look at Pat Vellner. Little bounce, feet together, hands low. It's just a quicker double under. Easier said than done, but
Vellner looking to go unbroken for the second time, and he does. Pat Vellner back to the pig for 2 flips. The Fiebig is now starting to trip pretty frequently on his set. First flip not a problem for Vellner, and the second flip is done. Vellner back to the rig to start round 3.
And Fiebig's just losing his body position. You see how he's leaning back a little bit? When you lean back on the jump rope, you lose your position entirely. You need to want to lean over your toes, have your weight over your toes just a little bit.
Well, Bailey Martin has now just started his second set of triple unders, and he's moving extremely well. Quickly catching up to Fiebig as Martin has yet to trip. Vellner back for his third and final set of bar muscle ups. 20 reps here. Bailey Martin just tore through that set. He's already back to work, and he is done. Bailey Martin has overtaken Fiebig for second place. Martin moving his way to the pig for the second time.
And you'll see this in a movement like a triple under, where you just got to get your timing and your technique down, and then everything changes. You went from missing every 3 reps to doing a set unbroken because you just found that sweet spot. The best athletes will be able to adapt and figure things out on the fly.
Now Martin now solidly into second place behind Pat Vellner, who has 10 reps remaining on the bar muscle ups. Vellner back to work. After this, it's a final 25 GHD sit-up wall balls. Well, Vellner does have an event win here in this competition. He took the deadlift in the CrossFit total.
I got Vellner to shed the grips. He's not going to need those anymore. Just one less thing to get in the way for the triple unders.
Moritz Fiebig has moved into round 3. And Henrik Häppelainen is also in his third and final round. And this is the pace that Vellner has kept throughout this movement.
But it's constant. Lay back, sit up, toss, catch, take a breath. Go again. That consistency of the pace. Maybe take one extra breath before you go back into the next rep. But as long as it's non-stop, you'll see athletes do certain things. This is almost like doing singles versus touch and go reps with big breaks. Right? Instead of going 10 touch and go, rest 20 seconds, 10 touch and go, you can just do quick singles and almost find yourself ahead of the pace and just give yourself a little bit of a reprieve. And for Pat Vellner, he's so good at those small interval works, those highly partitioned things. He can keep a steady pace throughout an event in movements that don't require stringing them together. He's good at that too. But he just has the ability to keep that steady state, constant movement going.
Vellner through 148 now of the 186 reps. He's got to get to the 153 mark before he heads back to the triple unders, and he's gone unbroken on both sets so far. The time to beat is in the upper left-hand part of your screen. That belongs to Spencer Panchik, 12 minutes, 0.05 seconds. And here comes Pat Vellner to the rope for the third and final time. 30 reps here and then 3 pig flips. This place is going to go crazy if he gets through this set unbroken. Vellner's 10 away. And now takes a break. Right back at it, though. And he's done. Pat Vellner to the pig for the final time. 3 flips to set the new time to beat. Second flip is good. You know, Pat Vellner may not be as good as he once was, but he can be good once. Pat Vellner wins the heat. 10:31.58 seconds. He is your new event leader. Sometimes Dad's got to show the youngins how it's done and that he still has it.
So gather around, kids. Grandpa's got some stories to tell.
Well, Bailey Martin and Moritz Fiebig, along with Henrik Haapalainen, are fighting for second place. Fiebig right now is ahead as he is on to the triple unders. Now at the bottom of your screen, here comes Bailey Martin to join Fiebig on the triple unders.
But it was Bailey Martin in the last round that passed Fiebig on these triple unders.
Martin almost went unbroken on his last set. There's a trip from Martin. So plenty of time to go here. Both of these men have a very good chance of finishing inside that 15-minute time cap. Only 2 did it in heat number 1.
You see how Bailey keeps his shoulders over his knees and toes and keeps that position? You can see where Fiebig's going to break. He starts to lean back a little bit, and then the rope trips.
And Bailey Martin has passed Fiebig for second place in the heat. 3 pig flips remain for Bailey Martin. Saxon Panchik is now going to have the second best time in the event. And Bailey Martin is across. Fiebig is done with his triple unders, and Fiebig is going to get to work on his final 3 pig flips as Haapalainen picks up his rope for the third and final time. And Moritz Fiebig becomes the 5th man to complete event 14 inside the time cap. Two minutes to go. And here comes Henrik Haapalainen, looking to be the 4th man to finish in this heat. Saxon Panchik is on his 3rd and final set of triple unders. He has a shot here to finish as well. Final flip for Haapalainen at 510 pounds, 231 kilos. And Henrik Haapalainen is through. Saxon Pancic is going to try and finish up here and join his brother as one of the men who have finished the entirety of this event. 3 flips for Saxon should not be much of a problem. And we have 1 minute to go before we hit the 15-minute time cap. And Saxon Pancic is through. And Tudor Magda is your leader on the floor right now. This is his final set of triple unders. I've been there.
I was going to say, that sucks. That's the worst feeling where your double unders aren't hitting or your triple unders, and you're like, all right, get it together. Let's take this one really seriously.
Yeah, deep breath.
And then the rope just pops out of your hands like, I give up.
20, so now he's got it tangled around his feet.
He has his ankle taped. Tudor Magda is not someone who isn't bad with the jump rope. He's done 1,000 unbroken double unders. That's a real thing.
Wow. Good Mike Arsenault. Always working. So lucky to have him on the crew.
They're probably just talking about pancakes and waffles and maples, whatever Canadians talk about.
Well, Pat Vellner already has an event win under his belt here in the 2026 CrossFit Games. And when you look at this performance, and it's no notes.
Cinema.
Yeah, that's exactly
what I have.
right.
That's what I have for Pat Vellner. Like the Pat Vellner, I'm going to say Pat Vellner of old, but Pat Vellner of the young days. Moritz Fiebig was ahead in the earlier parts, but then once we got to the rope, it was the Pat Vellner show. Putting on a clinic. Not just what the triple unders are to look like, but this man is no stranger to flipping a pig either.
10:31.58 seconds for Pat Vellner in his 10th individual appearance here at the CrossFit Games. Will it stand up? We'll find out. Third and final heat coming up next. We are set for the third and final heat in event 14 of 20 here at the 2026 CrossFit Games as we are live inside the Shark Tank, the SAP Center in San Jose, California. And we are glad you are with us, everybody. It's been a fun day so far. And it's been a great competition so far for that man, James Sprague, your overall leader after 13 events, trying to be the first man in history to win multiple CrossFit Games in non-consecutive years.
Well, I don't think there's anyone in the history of the sport on the men's side that has been able to accomplish that task. They've been strung in a row. Justin Medeiros with 2, Rich Froning with 4, Matt Fraser with 5, but no athlete has lost the championship and has been able to repeat it. Could James Sprague be that man? And could that touch be the difference maker later in the weekend?
James Sprague has an 8-point lead over Jay Crouch. Justin Medeiros is 30 points out of the lead. Ricky Garrard, courtesy of his 50-point event win in the 500-meter sprint, has moved into the top 4, and it's Dallin Pepper, who led at 1 point, who sits in 5th place overall. For more on James Sprague and what he's been able to accomplish here, let's send it down to Mike Arsenault. Mike?
Thank you, Sean. Well, Sprague is on top of the leaderboard, but he has yet to win an event at the 2026 CrossFit Games. Why is that? Well, let's dig into the data courtesy of Work Wearable Technology. Let's take a look at 3 events. So event number 1 was the 2007 Hopper. If you look at Sprague's rest time, 24 seconds. The rest of the male athletes, 43 seconds. So Sprague rested 45% less than the other athletes in event number 1. He finished in 6th place. In event 10, the run, hang, squat, clean, Sprague finished in 5th, and you'll see 53% less rest than the field, and his transitions were 78% faster. And if we look at event number 12, which was the Hopper 2026, he had 50% less rest. So the big takeaway, James Sprague is on top of the leaderboard because of less rest and faster transitions.
Thank you, Mike. Event 14 is the triple pig, and this thing isn't really going to start until we see all these athletes pick up the jump rope.
That's right. We've seen it 5 times so far between the men and the women. 1 more to go. Increasing reps, bar muscle-ups, GHD wall ball shots, which is new for the CrossFit Games, and triple unders for the very first time, followed by those heavy pig flips.
Top 10 men in the overall standings out on the competition floor. Your overall leader, James Sprague, will be in lane number 6. Jay Crouch and Justin Medeiros are the 2 men immediately behind him. And they are right next to him on the competition floor.
Jay Crouch has already worn the leader jersey a few times this weekend, along with Dallin Pepper. But James still holding on to it for 1 more event.
Crouch has got to make up 8 points on Sprague to regain that leader's jersey. Now all the men into the GHD for 15 GHD sit-up wall balls. 20-pound ball to a 10-foot target. The ball has to touch the ground and hit the target for the rep to count. And it needs to make contact with the target above that top red line. And there is Justin Medeiros, former 2-time fittest man on earth.
This is more the athletes navigating their way through these. Justin Medeiros has flirted in and out of the top 3, got very close to wearing the leader jersey again for the first time since 2022. And looking a little bit like the Justin Medeiros of old, who won those back-to-back championships in 21 and 22.
Dallin Pepper and Jason Hopper, the first 2 men to pick up the jump rope. Hopper's in the black, Pepper is in the blue. Sprague has a jump rope in his hands. Here come Crouch and Medeiros, along with Adler and Krennikov. And James Sprague has yet to put the jump rope down or trip. And Sprague looking to go unbroken, and does. James Sprague will be the first man to the pig. Justin Medeiros is tripping. Ricky Garrard was tripping as well. And Roman Krennikov there in the background was the second man done with a set of 30. Pepper's done as well. But Sprague is your early leader here when unbroken on that first set.
Very interesting that Ricky Garrard is using a beaded rope for these triple unders. No athlete has brought out that rope. It's mostly been those wire speed ropes because you need quicker rotation on it. The only time you'd really see a beaded rope is with those cross unders. Very interesting choice from Ricky Garrard.
Well, the Fittest CrossFit Games collection is here. Limited edition gear celebrating the biggest stage in fitness. You can shop the exclusive collection at fittestsport.com. Ricky Garrard has now just closed out round 1 as James Sprague, your overall leader by 8 points over Jay Crouch, is on his second of 3 sets of bar muscle-ups. 15 reps he needs to complete here. He has 4 remaining.
Again, all of these movements, bar muscle-up, GHD wall ball shot, and triple unders will increase by 5 reps from round to round, with a pig flip will increase by 1.
And Sprague is done. Back to the GHD for now 20 repetitions on the sit-up wall ball. Roman Krennikov is in second place. Krennikov on the right side of your screen, moving to the GHD, along with Justin Medeiros, who's gained some ground here.
Good set of bar muscle-ups from Justin Medeiros to keep him close to James Sprague, but James Sprague went unbroken on those 20 triple unders.
Dallin Pepper is now on to the GHDs, along with Jeff Adler.
It's like James and Roman doing that same single rep, lap it, take a breath that we saw Pat Vellner do in the previous heat.
Jason Hopper has fallen towards the back of the pack. Colton Mertens, meanwhile, has yet to get through his first set of triple unders. And there is your defending fittest man on earth, who right now is in 9th place in the heat.
Struggled a lot with that first set of triple unders.
Hopper 6th place overall coming into this event, as James Sprague is about done with his second set of GHD wall balls, and he'll head back to the jump rope now. 25 triple unders for the 2024 CrossFit Games champion. He's joined by his buddy Dallin Pepper. Pepper picking up the rope. Sprague looking to go unbroken for the second round, and that's his first trip. And Dallin Pepper has things sorted out as well. He's moving extremely efficiently with the jump rope. Pepper has yet to miss a rep here in the second set. And Dallin Pepper threatening to overtake James Sprague for the lead, as Medeiros and Krennikov have started their second sets. Final couple reps for Pepper. 106 is the mark he's got to hit. And that's it for both Sprague and Pepper, as Pepper's got to pick up his jump rope and move it forward. That's going to allow Sprague to get to the pig first. Medeiros has overtaken Roman Krennikov for 3rd place in the heat. 2 pig flips here to close out the round. Sprague and Pepper neck and neck, and they will head back to the rig side by side. Justin Medeiros has moved into 3rd. He's on the pig.
Dallin Pepper's tied in points with Ricky Garrard at 725, and he's 23 points out of a podium position, which is currently being held by Justin Medeiros.
And Medeiros is way ahead of Jay Crouch, the man he's chasing right now for 2nd place overall. As you look at Roman Krennikov, top of your screen, going back to the bar muscle-ups. Now, 20 repetitions here, so at the 128 rep mark is when that portion of the event will be done, and we'll go back to the GHD wall balls for the 3rd and final time. Here are your standings once again. Justin Medeiros, a 23-point lead on Ricky Garrard for that final spot on the podium, but he's only 22 points back of Crouch for 2nd place. James Sprague just trying to give himself some breathing room here, because he does not have much. But Jay Crouch is now just getting to the pig to close out round 2. Justin Medeiros is threatening to overtake Pepper and Sprague for the lead here. He's been really good, as Medeiros on the right side of your screen. But Pat Vellner has the time to beat in the upper left-hand part of your screen, and right now the leaders are behind the pace that Vellner had.
And Vellner had it all in his steady pace on the GHD wall ball shots, and of course, how well he navigated those triple unders.
Pepper's taking a break, and that leaves Justin Medeiros in the lead. Medeiros on his last rep, and he will be the first man to the GHDs. "25 reps with that 20-pound ball to the 10-foot target." James Sprague and Dallin Pepper fighting for 2nd behind Medeiros.
Hands full of reps behind Medeiros. Pepper gets to the ball first. James Sprague 3rd. This will just be this steady state, constant movement between these athletes. There's not going to be a whole lot of separation unless one starts to rest too much in between the reps, but the question is, what is this third round of triple unders going to look like between these three athletes? James Sprague looked the best of the three in round number one. Dallin Pepper looked even better in round number two, and we've seen some athletes either get better or get worse in that third and final set of triple unders.
Dallin Pepper is about a half rep ahead of Medeiros right now. Sprague has fallen back into third place.
Dallin resting a little bit more in between some of these wall ball shots.
Medeiros has had that same steady clip that we saw from Pat Vellner in heat number 2. 153, that's the mark they need to get to, so Pepper's 5 away from that.
He's moved up, tied with Medeiros. James slowing down.
It looks like Pat Vellner is going to pick up the 10th win of his career at the CrossFit Games. And now Justin Medeiros and Dallin Pepper done at the same time as they head back to the rope for 30 triple unders.
Now can you keep your composure with the crowd at their feet and Justin Medeiros right there by your side?
And there's an early trip for Medeiros as Pepper has got this thing sorted out. Dallin Pepper.
Medeiros with another break. Three breaks for Medeiros.
Here comes James Sprague. He's been really good on this movement here. Pepper's maintaining the lead. Medeiros has got to keep an eye out for Sprague as now Pepper is done. Dallin Pepper chalks his hands and heads to the pig for the final time. Vellner's going to win the event, but Dallin Pepper looking to put himself closer to a spot on the podium. One pig flip is down. Final rep here for Pepper. Sprague has now moved into second ahead of Medeiros. Pepper is in and he's going to take the heat.
Pepper really needed that. But James Sprague, who was well behind Medeiros coming into the triple unders, went nearly unbroken, and Medeiros is falling apart on his last set of triple unders.
Roman Krenikov is threatening to catch Medeiros. He's still got a ways to go. Sprague makes no mistake. Make sure he hits that buzzer, 11.25, and here comes Medeiros. Medeiros now trying to overtake Jake Crouch for second place overall, and Crouch is now just approaching the jump rope here to start his third and final round. And Medeiros is in position to get some help from some of the times from the prior heat. And Justin Medeiros is in. 11:38.16 seconds for Medeiros. And now Jay Crouch, who is 8 points back of Sprague coming into this event, is now just trying to hang on to that spot because Medeiros, the man in third, is already finished. These are your standings coming in, as Medeiros is only 22 points back of Crouch, and Medeiros right now getting help from the prior heats.
And so is Dallin Pepper, who's going to pass Ricky. And depending on where Jake Crouch is, he's probably not going to concede 50 points, but it's going to get a lot closer after this event.
Roman Krenikov just got across the finish line. That's going to help Justin Medeiros. And now Crouch to the pig for the final time. Adler down in lane number 10 is on his final pig flips. This could help Medeiros as well. Final flip for Adler. And Jeff Adler is going to make it across the finish line as Crouch finishes up as well. Four former champions in this heat. The first time in Games history we've had 4 former men's champions in the field. And now Ricky Garrard is onto the jump rope for the final time, as is Victor Hoffer. Less than 2 minutes to go before we hit the cap.
I was mentioning earlier about Ricky Garrard being the only athlete in the field using this beaded rope. That is something more traditionally used for a crossover. The challenge with this is that it doesn't have a ball bearing in the rope that allows the rope to rotate freely and quickly. Now this could just be something Ricky's more comfortable with. Maybe for a triple under. This is one that he just likes to have. But no one else has used this, and you can see how much harder he has to work with his shoulders just to push the rope around for that third rotation.
1 minute to go before we hit the time cap. James Sprague and Justin Medeiros, they will likely be your top two. It depends on how much help Medeiros got from the rest of the field as Victor Hoffer is in. And now Ricky Garrard with 30 seconds to complete 3 pig flips and get across the finish line. Garrard on his final flip, and he will make it with a couple seconds to spare. Dallin Pepper's going to take the heat, 10:46.92 seconds, put himself in great position for that podium battle. Justin Medeiros may have erased the 22-point deficit to Jay Crouch, but it's going to be close. But once again, said it before, it's all about the triple unders here.
And it started with James Sprague in the first set of 20, where he went unbroken and advanced into that last round. But in the second round, Dallin Pepper had the best set of triple unders between him, James, and Justin, and that put him in a virtual tie going in the third round. Justin Medeiros' last 20 muscle-ups put him ahead of James Sprague and Dallin Pepper by about 5 reps. But it was Dallin Pepper on the left side of your screen that not only caught James and Justin, but passed them on the second set. And then it was all Dallin Pepper on the triples, while Justin was tripping up on his set and allowed James Sprague to sneak in ahead of him. But it was Dallin Pepper, between the three, able to take the heat win for this third and final heat.
Pat Vellner is going to hang on for the win. 10:31.58 seconds. That's the 10th event win of his CrossFit Games career. Dallin Pepper earns second place. James Sprague will keep the overall leader's jersey, but we'll see who is right behind him in the overall standings heading in to event 15. But for now, let's send it down to Mike Arsenault with your event winner, Pat Vellner.
Pat, what a journey it's been over the last decade. In 2016, you and I did this for the first time in Albany, New York. You tore your bicep, and here we are 10 years later. What would your message be to 2016 Pat about what he's about to go through in the sport of CrossFit over the next 10 years?
I mean, I just sort of hang on to your hat like it's going to be a long ride. And, you know, I think I never knew what to expect out of it back then, and I remember that well. But I'm still amazed at all the opportunities it's given me and all the cool things I've been able to do with it. So I just think it's like, you're not going to believe it, buddy. If I told you, you wouldn't believe it. So
when we did this 10 years ago, you weren't a father yet. You are a father now. You have 2 boys, 2.5, 5 years old. They're here watching you compete at an age where they have an idea of what dad can do, what type of performances he can put here on the competition floor. What does it mean to have your wife and your boys here watching you compete for the last time?
I think it's super special for me. I mean, I spend weekends away. I go away, I do lots of things. I spend a lot of time in the garage, and I'm not always, maybe I don't always have the energy I wish I did to do some things with them. So I think it's super fun for them to be able to see here, and I think they're at an age now that they can understand that, like, oh, those are the hours I'm spending in the gym and doing things. This is what it's kind of for. And even my youngest now, like when I go leave for the day, he's like, "Oh, Dad is going gym?" And I'm like, "Yeah, buddy, I'm going to the gym." So I think it's fun for him to see that that's what that's for and kind of what I do, and that it affects a lot of people. And I think it's maybe a cool, special for me to have them able to see me in that environment.
Well, Dad does gym very well, Pat. It's been an honor over the past 10 years. Let's hear it for Pat Vellner, everybody.
Thanks, guys.
What a ride it has been for Pat Vellner. 10th career event win at the CrossFit Games and his 10th career appearance here as an individual. 14 events are done. We still have 6 remaining. Head to games.crossfit.com for all your scores and standings as our coverage continues here in San Jose, California.
Undisclosed amount, that's a big deal. Aura on tour like the China wall. Knock 'em all down like a cannonball. 6 and 7 figures, stop staring, just take a picture. Hold up, how young the one I got that aura on me. Hold up, let's start it up. Can't nobody stop me. Can't nobody stop me.
Lift heavy, lift fast. It is one of the most exciting events at the CrossFit Games, and we're repeating it here this evening at the SAP Center in San Jose, California. Glad you're with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Bella Martin is down there on the competition floor. We have seen this one before, and it is a blast to watch. It is the 2020 Speed Snatch Ladder.
All 10 racing at one time, 3 heats of it, but we got a bracket-style elimination snatch speed ladder as the weights increase from round to round as we knock athletes out 10 at a time.
Mission brief presented by Air National Guard.
The speed you need, it's only 3 bars, Sean, so you have to perfect your setup at top speed, and there's no room for error. Not in your setup, not in the technique of the snatch, because it is so technical, you have to be flawless.
We will have 3 heats in this opening round of 10 athletes each. The top 20 times will move on to round 2, and then the top 10 times will move on from there. Birgis Bjornsdottir, one of the youngest competitors in the field out of CrossFit Reykjavik, just 19 years old in her first ever individual appearance here at the CrossFit Games.
We'll see how she handles this. She has some very interesting history. She used to play handball and did motocross, but being one of the youngest or the youngest competitor in the field, to see how she handles a classic event here at the CrossFit Games.
Hannah Black will be in lane number 1, and I think she's been looking forward to getting her hands on a heavy barbell.
Here's the thing, Sean, with a speed snatch ladder, round 1 is not really a friend to athletes who have high 1-rep maxes because anything can happen at the speed and the lighter weights. If this were more of a 1-rep max setting, Hannah Black across the board. She just has to make sure she gets clear of the first round when the weights are lighter, and it's anyone's game.
Here we go. We start with 145 pounds at 65 kilos. And that is good for all the athletes. They move on to the 150-pound, 68-kilo barbell. Bjornsdottir's through that first, and now to the final 155-pound bar. Bjornsdottir has that, and she and Hannah Black are going to be 1 and 2 in the heat. Rachel Noel was in third.
Now here's what's important to know. In years past, it's usually been top place finishers in the heat that they're in. Coming into this one, they're going to take the top 20 fastest times, regardless of what heat they're in.
The first heat is done. Bjornsdottir with the fastest time at 18.72 seconds to take the heat.
Hannah Black on the left side of your screen. Listen, if they're going to let her power, she's going to power all day long. With a listed 1-rep max of 231 pounds, we're not even going to get close to that during the snatch ladder.
May as well be an empty barbell for Hannah Black as we are now getting set for the second of 3 heats. 10 more athletes. And again, the top 20 times, regardless of the heat, we'll move on to round number 2.
We're talking how having the heaviest listed max in the field is obviously a benefit. There's no doubt about that. But in these first rounds, when the bars are light and everybody can power snatch, it is not a guarantee that the strongest lifter is going to advance into the next round, because there's so much involved in getting to the bar quick, getting your hands on the bar in the right spot, and getting to the next bar as quick as you can.
But for more on Hannah Black, who finished second place in that heat, let's send it down to Bella Martin.
Chase, I like that you said that it's not going to be just the strongest female that's going to win this one. We've seen historically Hannah doesn't always win these strength events because it is that speed that comes.
Set of 3 loads, and same thing with that set of 10, as you can see up there on the jumbotron.
Thank you, Bella.
Hannah Black sitting pretty at the top of the leaderboard on this event thus far.
Hannah Black's just taking some time to cool down. They have some of the Rogue Echo bikes out there on the floor for the athletes to use between heats. Well, Black listed as the winner. I thought Bjornsdottir got there before her, but they were definitely the top 2 athletes in that first heat. So the athletes for the second of 3 heats here in this opening round being introduced. Here are the 10 women who will be on the floor for this second heat. Abby Doman in lane 8. Keep an eye on her. Also Olivia Kerstetter in lane number 3.
Obviously, Kerstetter is one you have circled in this group in terms of max lifts. Although Abby Doman last year during Heavy Isabel had one of the fastest times in the world in those 30 snatches for time at 155. So for Olivia Kerstetter, there's plenty of room to make it to the next round when we're taking 20. You just have to make sure you do enough to get yourself to the next round, at least in the first one. You've been standing around. We haven't raced. They haven't been able to really practice this type of layout in the warm-up area. So just make sure you have a clean run, and you should be in the top 20, no problem.
Abby Doman
Talking
Yeah,
about
Jason.
power snatches and just power from the floor. If you remember what she did at the Mayhem Classic last year with Heavy Isabel, set a world record in week 1. Nobody was able to touch it.
Her 4th straight individual appearance here at the CrossFit Games. She's gotten better every year. She was 12th in Albany in 2025. Second heat underway, 145 pounds, 65 kilos to kick us off. All the women are through that. Abby Doman, first woman to clear the 150-pound bar, and she will hustle to the 155-pound bar. Kerstetter also has her hands on that. Doman's rep is good. Kerstetter's done, and it's going to be Doman first, Kerstetter second. I think Greer was their third, followed by Holly Tynan in 4th. 18.96 seconds for Abby Doman.
Abby Doman, quick to the bar, good setup, high receiving position for that lightest bar. Again, each one gets heavier as you go from 1 to 2 to 3, but the speed never changed for Abby Doman. Received a little bit lower on that last one, but no problem for that first round.
18.96 seconds. Abby Doman has guaranteed herself a spot in the second round, as she and Kerstetter were the first 2 women to clear that 155-pound bar. You saw Doman took a quick look to her right to see where Kerstetter was and was able to beat her to the buzzer. Annika Greer was there. Ellie Turner got in. Saw Tynan closest to the camera make the touch. And now we head into the third and final heat here of round number 1. And remember, the weights get heavier as we move throughout this event, and the time cap goes up. We have a 1-minute time cap here. That's not going to be a thing. A 2-minute time cap in the next round, and a 3-minute time cap in the third and final round. And there's Ariel Lowen, who has been on the podium here before at the CrossFit Games back in 2023. And there's your winner of Heat 2, Abby Doman, 18.96 seconds.
Now, just because the weights are light does not mean you can't focus or lose focus, more importantly, in that last bar, because as easy as the first bar was, Abby Doman didn't have the cleanest receiving position on the third one, more so not because it was too heavy, but you can get out of position just a little bit, and all it takes is an inch forward or an inch back. That bar comes to the ground, and it's over.
Overall leaders are going to be on the floor. And there is Amy Kringle, who is starting to dominate this competition. And when you think back to 2026, and if she does wind up on top of the podium, this is going to be her signature moment, the win in Triple Pig.
Because the question came out, it's like, oh, how are you going to handle the triple unders? How are you going to handle the GHD med ball shots? I don't know, maybe unbroken for everything without stopping or slowing down and beating everybody by 2 minutes.
And her lead is increasing. More than 100 points between her and Emma Lawson, who now sits in second place ahead of Lucy Campbell. Campbell at 812 points, solidly in third place, as she has a 107-point lead over Maddie Sturt, who fell out of the top 3 after that last event. Now for Amy Kringle, it's just avoid a disaster for the rest of the weekend.
145, 150, and 155 for the first round of this speed snatch ladder.
Top 10 women will be on the floor for this third and final heat. Amy Kringle, your overall leader in lane 6. She just has to get herself into the second round, and she will be just fine. And there's Ariel Lowen, who is moving up the overall standings right now. 5th place overall. That's exactly where she finished in 2025, making her 6th career individual appearance here at the CrossFit Games. Elisa Fuliano in lane number 9 comes in 7th place overall.
She's actually fared well in events like this. And with the lighter weights, she's smaller, more powerful. She could have a good run here in this first round.
Third and final heat in the opening round is underway. 145 to start us off, no problem. Fuliano and Rogers among the first 2 women to get their hands on the 150-pound barbell. Now all the athletes heading to the 155-pound bar. Rogers has that done first. Paige Rogers is going to take the heat. Fuliano is there. And then it was a mad dash to the finish. Amy Kringle came in at 20.71 seconds. Rogers is going to win at 19 flat. Fuliano was close behind her. It's going to get a little interesting here.
Yeah, with 20.71, that is 5th in the heat, 6th in the heat. See how that is. Should be enough to make the top 20. Fuliano and Paige Rogers on the right side of your screen. We said Fuliano, don't sleep on her in an event like this one. Not known for her top end strength, but when it comes to speed and these ladder style knockout rounds, she is a strong competitor. But Paige Rogers able to edge her out just slightly in this first round, and now we have to figure out what the top 20 times are going to be moving forward.
Now, Lucy Campbell came in after Amy Kringle in that heat. She could be in potential danger here, as we're not going to wait to find out who will be advancing into the second round. 20 athletes will move on to round 2, and the weight will increase to 160, 165, and 170 pounds. Holly Tynan, who had a really solid run in her heat. Abby Doman, who set one of the top times in heat number 2, 18.96 seconds. Hannah Black, who took first place in the opening heat. Couple of barbells out there on the floor for the athletes to warm up, and this is one of those crazy events where it's more waiting than action really the entire time when you're out there on the floor.
Yes, and as an athlete, you want to stay fresh, but you also don't want to catch yourself pacing around and wasting energy. You'll see this a lot in the gym. It's funny, as being inside the affiliate, we're doing a heavy day, and all the athletes who do CrossFit are just standing around, talking, messing with their plates, walking back and forth, and all the lifters are on the side of the...
Right, just sitting down.
The Olympic lifters that are on the side are like, why are you guys even standing? What is wrong with you? Grab a seat, relax. I like what Kringle's doing. Just keeping her body warm, but not overworking herself.
There's Ellie Turner and Olivia Kerstetter just having a seat and awaiting the results. And Lucy Campbell is hoping she did enough to get herself into the next round. Campbell, who came in solidly in third place, looking to finish on the podium for the second straight year. She was second at the CrossFit Games in 2025. Monica Greer. Took 9th in her first individual appearance last year. Hannah Black and Björgis Bjornsdottir being announced as athletes moving on. This will be heat number 1 for the semifinals. And Lucy Campbell did do enough to make it, as did Amy Kringle. And they will be in the opening heat. So these are the bottom 10 times from the first round. And then semifinal heat number 2. These were the fastest times. Heat 1, and it was Hannah Black and Björgis Bjornsdottir who had the top 2, followed by Abby Doman. And that's a much different expression than we saw from Lucy Campbell the last time she was on camera, so she can breathe a little more easily now as she is into round number 2.
It's a big deal, another opportunity to get more points on the board that she needs. It's going to be a decent event for Emma Lawson. Now, when I'm starting to see the athletes in the warm-up area, you see Lucy Campbell. You count down, it's like, okay, that's 17, 18, in my 19. In the very first part of warm-up, you saw a lot of athletes just sprinting to the bar and doing a power snatch as quickly as he can, but we're starting to see a lot more athletes walking up to the bar and receiving it in a full squat position, which they're going to have to. As these bars get heavier.
And now there's minimal warm-up time as well, so it's just...
I don't know, this feels pretty maximal right now.
The weights go up to 160, 165, and 170 pounds. That's 72 kilos, 75 kilos, and 77 kilos. Will be a first setter at one of the top times. She'll be in the second semifinal heat. There's Paige Rogers, who's also going to be in that second semifinal heat.
Now, the second round of weights is really interesting for some of these athletes. Some know right from or snatch 1, they're going to have to start receiving the bar in a full squat. Others, either you need to make that decision before you get to the bar, because you do not want to just get to a barbell, assume you're going to power it, be forced to receive it in a full squat, because that's usually when you miss. And with these mid-tier heavy weights, these athletes really need to know what they're going to do before they get to the bar. This is not a clean. In a clean, you kind of muscle it, receive it in a weird position, and muscle it out. You can't do that with a snatch.
Well, the 3 women atop the overall standings are in this opening heat. So for Amy Kringle, she doesn't have to advance. She just has to make sure that Campbell and Lawson don't make it through either. As long as she's close to them, she's fine.
In round 2, the 10 fastest times will advance into the next round.
First semifinal heat has begun. 160 pounds on the barbell, and all the athletes are through that. Alex Gazan in the middle of the floor. She and Garnis, the first 2 women to get through the 165-pound bar. Garnis onto 170 with Gazan. Kringle, one of the last women to get there. Garnis is through. She's going to take the heat. Here come Turner and Gazan. Kringle's in. Tynan makes it through, and Fullo is across, and Lucy Campbell is still on the floor, and she's going to be done.
Missed her last rep.
So Lucy Campbell's going to get through. Garnis is going to win the heat, 24 seconds flat. Kringle was just over 26 seconds.
Still a lot of powers out there. Receiving that bar in that high position. Even on that second one, then you see Gazan opting to squat. Now here's the thing, power is faster, squat slower but more guaranteed, and man, that was a wide receiving position, and how Matilda Garnis saved that lift.
Some people just refuse to squat.
I mean, as one of those human beings myself,
yes.
I like to live my life in a hang power position. Pulling from the floor and getting below parallel has never been a strong suit.
Second semifinal heat is set. Now these are the women with the 10 fastest times from round number 1. Hannah Black had the top time. She'll be in lane 6. Burgess Bjornsdottir was right behind her in that opening heat. And then Rogers and Domit will be there as well. They won their respective heats. Hannah Black, who came in 30th place overall, so nowhere to go but up for her, had the fastest time at around 1. And Burgess Bjornsdottir, who had the second fastest time from that opening heat.
All easy powers for these athletes. Power snatches in the first round. Now we're going up to 160, 165, and 170. Paige Rogers has made up so much room on the leaderboard since that first day of competition. We knew it was going to be her best day because of some of the events that they had, the ranch one being one of them. She'd come in with a slight ankle injury, so that 7,200 meter trail run up at the ranch really set her back. But since then, she has been working her way up the leaderboard steadily and is in a very solid position coming into this second heat or second round of snatches.
In 9th place overall is Paige Rogers coming into this event. Abby Domit was 15th overall. So she's looking to work her way closer to a spot inside the top 10. Athlete's been given the 1-minute warning there down on the floor by floor announcer Dylan Maletsky. These women did have a little bit longer to warm up.
And depending on what heat they were in the first one, could have a bit of a break in between the two.
Top 10 times moving on. This is the second and final semifinal heat here.
Pretty clean run from most of heat 1, save for Lucy Campbell. Again, you got to know what the game plan is going for every weight. Are we going to power? Are we going to squat?
Second and final semifinal heat. 160 pounds, 72 kilos, no problem here. And it's Hannah Black leading the way once again in the middle of the floor. She's already through 165 pounds. Hannah Black and Burgess Bjornsdottir moving up to 170. Bjornsdottir's done along with Black, and it's going to be Black tripping. Bjornsdottir's in, Black is second. Lane 3 was Olivia Kerstetter. She came in. Domit is in. Fuliano, Kyra Milligan, Annika Greer, And in lane 4, that was Paige Rogers, the 9th woman to finish. And that leaves Rachel Noel on the floor struggling with 170. But it's Bjornsdottir with the top time at 19.67 seconds. Black is probably going to be safe despite the trip.
She's only 0.2 behind her.
And Noel's going to hit that, and she will get the moral victory and finish up. And now we will wait and see who the top 10 athletes are. Likely, Bjorgers Bjornsdottir is going to be one of them, along with Hannah Black.
Watch Hannah Black. No problem with the weights. In fact, the only problem she had was getting over that final barbell. That's part of the game in a speed ladder. You got to be able to get over the bar. We've seen it so many times in the past, and that just allowed Bjornsdottir to out-touch her by nearly 2/10. Now Bjornsdottir is already squat snatching these barbells, and she was still right on the heels of Hannah Black. When we get to this final round, is Hannah Black still going to be able to power all of those bars? Or is she going to have to start receiving a squat position? Because that might be an advantage for Bjornsdottir, who clearly has the strength but also has the speed and has been doing squat snatches the last few barbells.
Danielle Brandman with a smile on her face as she waits to find out if she'll be one of the 10 athletes moving into the third and final round. Erica Folo and Alexis Raptis talking some things over. And Amy Kringle just not a care in the world right now, and it's pretty easy when you have a massive lead like she does in the overall standings.
And you're sitting next to the two girls that were trying to chase you down in the standings.
There's Emma Lawson, who came in second place overall, and she has a chance to really put some distance between herself and that woman, Lucy Campbell, who was third place coming into this event. And Campbell was so far ahead of Maddie Sturt that she's not going to fall out of third. It's more than 100 points separate the two of them. So top three will likely be the same coming out of this 14th of 20 events. The question is, will Emma Lawson be able to shave any points off of Kringle's lead?
Still have 5 more scores after this. In a world of sports, anything can happen. So if you have an opportunity to shave off, even if it's 10,
you got to take it.
You've been losing 10 and 20 per event the last
But the
two.
problem is, and we've mentioned this throughout the weekend, Emma Lawson can't do it alone now. It's to the point where you need a ton of help to get this job done. It's not like I just have to beat her and I can pick up 4 points and now all of a sudden the game changes.
Right, and with what we have left, I mean, it's really hard to sit back and look at the events that we have to go tonight. That Amy Kringle is still not going to be finishing in top 5 positions.
Well, it doesn't look like Kringle's going to make it into the final round. And neither are Campbell or Lawson. So here's your final heat for the win, and it's going to be Bjornsdottir taking on Black in the middle of the floor. The two of them have been pretty dominant so far, but definitely don't count out Abby Domit and Olivia Kerstetter.
Barbell weights 175, 180, 185.
$79 kilos, 81 kilos, and 83 kilos, respectively. 3-minute time cap now here in this final round.
This is more when you see the walk approach in the speed snatch ladder. Once you get to these heavier weights,
comes a bit of a saunter snatch ladder. A deliberate walk.
And Hannah Black's putting on 175, which is that opening barbell weight. I'll be curious to see what she does in this warm-up. That'll give us a good idea of what the plan is going in for that first lift. You see Kyra Milligan setting up. Still a power.
And there's Olivia Kerstetter, who was on the podium at the CrossFit Games last year, trying to get closer to maybe a spot inside the top 10 right now. She came in 16th place overall.
So Bjornsdottir is just walking around, saying hi, all smiles. I think I see that as confidence. You see these other athletes like, maybe I should warm up. Should I do one more rep? Should I do? And she's like, yeah,
I'm good.
Start it. Start the buzzer. Let's go. Well, I'm going to squat, snatch 3 bars as fast as I can.
And when you're 19 years old, your recovery is minimal.
Like Wolverine.
Yeah.
Melissa Fuliano, we said in the first heat, she will surprise you if you haven't seen her take on. She's fast. She's got some speed. She's strong. These aren't maximal loads.
She's on pace for her best career finish ever at the CrossFit Games. This is her 4th appearance here. She's never finished higher than 20th.
Well, remember her first time here, it was almost a miracle that she was still competing at all because of, what was it, a rheumatoid arthritis condition that she has, yet somehow still here, thanks to the good graces of a healthy lifestyle. Who knew?
Abby Doman also a contender here in this final round to take the event win.
Doman is just pure power. Absolute pure power. She can move these bars so well, but you need both in these last bars. It's not just grip it and rip it time. You got to have some technique to go with the power. And if she can do that, she has just as good of a chance as anyone to win this event.
This is the 3rd and final round of the speed snatch ladder. The weights at 175, 180, and 185 pounds. That's 79 kilos, 81 kilos, and 83 kilos. Now the athletes in the final heat are taking their starting positions. So Hannah Black and Birgis Bjornsdottir for the 3rd straight heat will go head-to-head. Bjornsdottir got the best of Black in that prior heat, but it was because Black tripped on her barbell. When you're just sitting there for a minute, I mean, it seems like forever.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. I mean, it's like that rest. You know, it's if you're resting between rounds, it's the fastest minute you're ever going to experience. But when you're actually waiting to get go, it just seems like it's
forever.
Yes.
Forever. Now, in this moment, staying recovered is one thing, but staying focused is so much more important, but also not being anxious, because being anxious can wear you down just as much as pacing.
Winner take all here in this final heat. And here we go. We open up with 175 pounds. Hannah Black with the power snatch. She is the first woman through that, and she'll move to the 175-pound barbell along with Bjornsdottir. Black is through that first. Bjornsdottir is clear as well. Onto the final barbell, 180 pounds. Black has her hands on the barbell. She will hit the rep. Bjornsdottir fails, and Hannah Black is going to take the event. Olivia Kerstetter is going to come in second place. And it's Elisa Fuliano in third as Bjornsdottir hits the lift. Domit is able to get through. So it's Bjornsdottir in fourth and Domit in fifth.
Man, we said it. We're talking about margins of the slimmest proportion. And Bjornsdottir almost looks like she was so focused on what Hannah Black was doing behind her. You even saw her running from bar 2 to bar 3. You saw Bjornsdottir look over behind her to see where Hannah Black was, and just a little bit of lost focus on that final bar.
Kyra Milligan will hit 185, and she is in. That leaves 3 women out on the competition floor, and Alex Gazan is one of them. Matilda Garnis is the other, and Ellie Turner rounds out the 3 women still working, and we still have more than half of the event to go. There's a 3-minute time cap here.
Enough time to give everybody an opportunity to get through it. But this has been, if there was one lifting movement that gives Alex Gazan the most fits, it is a squat snatch at maximum weights. Tell you what, Matilda Garnis needs to be careful.
Yes.
Receiving a bar that wide under that much load is a dangerous position to put your knees in this moment. So either squat it or don't lift it. Do not jeopardize your knees for the sake of a power snatch in this position.
And Gazan is stepping up to 185 pounds. She's got 45 seconds now before we hit the time cap. Looks like Turner and Garnish are not in any hurry to make another attempt. And Gazan has it on her first attempt, and she's going to get in. That's going to be good enough for 8th place in the event.
That's got to be good for her. Knowing that's a lift that you've struggled with, thinking, oh, this is happening again, and to be successful in the last 2 bars, that's just a good boost of confidence.
I mean, again, just
stop.
Yeah.
Stop doing that, please.
And it doesn't look like Ellie Turner is going to make an attempt at 175. Yeah. I mean, she's going to get 10th.
Matilda Garnis is on the last bar. You're on the second bar. We're not going anywhere. No need. No need. We got 5 more events to go.
Event win to Hannah Black as she outduels Bjornsdottir, who failed on her final attempt.
Watch these center lanes. Hannah Black in the purple, power snatch. Bjornsdottir just ahead of her. They get to the second bar nearly the same time. But watch Bjornsdottir look over to her shoulder, lose focus on the bar, and this just doesn't get it high enough and misses the last bar.
And that miss allows Olivia Kerstetter to take advantage, and Kerstetter is going to wind up in 2nd place. One more look at the finish. That's the miss from Bjornsdottir that opened the door for Kerstetter. Black gets the event win.
See that little look over her shoulder. And Bjornsdottir just trying to get underneath the barbell a little quicker to try to speed up the rep, but at that max load, you can't do that.
Let's send it down to Bella Martin with event winner Hannah Black.
Hannah, congratulations on your first ever CrossFit Games event win. We are 15 events in. We've had some highs and lows. How are you navigating that thus far?
I mean, I'm a home run hitter, and unfortunately for me, that comes with a few strikeouts, but I knew that coming into it, and I'm just really excited that I got to execute on my favorite event so far.
You have the heaviest snatch in the CrossFit women's field. There are thousands of girls watching you at home wanting to do exactly that someday. What is the advice you have to the young girls to be stronger?
Honestly, just keep doing it. Like, I'm probably one of the only people that is still weightlifting out of the weightlifting gym that I started 15, 16 years ago. So there's no like cutting corners. Building a strength base takes time, and it's not super cool or like something that people talk about, but it's hard work over a period of time and you'll get there.
You've got quite a fan base, Hannah. As an athlete, there are very few people that get to experience an entire crowd on their feet for you. Tell me what that means to you.
I mean, that bar could have been 100 more pounds. I feel like I still would have ripped it. Like, the energy is insane in here. So thank you so much, everybody. Seriously, this is an unreal experience.
Hannah, that was well deserved. Well done.
Thank you.
First career event win for Hannah Black. She's the 10th athlete so far in these CrossFit Games to win their first event. Women are done. We're going to take a break. The men take on the Snatch Speed Ladder when we return to the 2026 CrossFit Games in San Jose, California.
My name is Troy Peterson, and I'm the founder of ValorFit. ValorFit is a 501c3 nonprofit that partners veterans with CrossFit affiliates, and we pay full price for their gym memberships to help with their transition out of the military and live a healthier way of life. ValorFit's based off my personal story. I graduated high school in 2001. And I was in my first semester at DMAC, Des Moines Area Community College in Central Iowa, and I had nothing going for me, and 9/11 happened, and it was something came inside of me and made me want to do more. It made me angry, made me feel sad for families, and so I signed up and joined active duty shortly after. We trained up for Iraq, deployed to Iraq March 13th, 2004. Through March 13th, 2005, I was wounded. I lost a few of my friends, and things were pretty difficult over there. Things were happening that I wasn't used to, and I started to become a person I didn't know how to control or what to do. And so when I got home from Iraq, everything's great. I got an honorable discharge. I went to work at the Travis County Sheriff's Office in Central Texas and went about my life, but unfortunately, I had no goals, no aspirations. I couldn't think straight. I was in a fog. I had blinders on, and I got addicted to pain pills and alcohol, and for the next 10 years, became a drug-addicted alcoholic. And we moved back and forth from Texas to my hometown in Iowa a few times, trying to figure out who I was, and I just couldn't figure it out. What was in front of me was there, and it was a lot of partying. So my wife and I had a 3-year-old son at the time in 2015, and she was 3 months pregnant with my now 10-year-old Truett, and the drugs and the alcohol were basically telling me I wasn't a good person and that I wasn't fit to be a dad. And so I thought if I took myself out of the equation, I'd give my wife and my kids an opportunity to live a good life. And so I attempted suicide by overdose. And thankfully it didn't work. And I'm really grateful for that. And so my wife gave me an ultimatum and said, it's this or I'm leaving. And this was CrossFit. And I thought CrossFit was for dorks. And what it was is I had no self-confidence. I had anxiety over being around people. And so I went into the gym, and the gym owner took me under his wing and taught me some one-on-ones and taught me CrossFit and said I could do more. And then he partnered me with another person, and they took class with me. So ValorFit was started off of my personal story. We started in 2018, and it's really fucking awesome.
Personally, yeah, Troy and I have known each other for 8 years now, and Troy was, one of the guys that really impacted my life on a serious basis when I first met him. And you can just tell when you meet Troy, the passion that he has for not only people, but also just veterans in general. I was a coach at a gym 7 years ago when Troy walked into my office, and he said, I have a mission in front of me that I want to help people with, and I think that you can help me, and we can put some veterans in your gym. And he didn't ask for much, and he didn't ask for anything in return other than just help. And here we are 7 years later, and to see what he's doing on a national scale now, and being able to continue our relationship personally, professionally, everything in between, it's been a dream come true for him, I know, and for me, just as a passion of helping people, but also helping Troy realize his vision, has been amazing.
It provides all the things that fitness does. So improved health, right? It gets them moving. It gives them a space to come in and know that they're able to come back on a regular basis, kind of like a safe space. But it also gives them a social circle. So they have people that are hanging out with them during classes, people checking in on them when they're not here, when they're not coming in. And I think that's the most important part, because you can find fitness anywhere, but it's the people that are surrounding them that keeps them coming back.
I started it because there was a lot of talk across the country and everywhere about veterans, and we need to do more, and the suicide rate is really high. And I thought, well, this really worked well for me. And so through some conversations with some people, it was like, hey, I think we could do this at our gym. I think we could bring some more veterans in with you. And so we just started bringing a couple local veterans in with me, and they signed up for CrossFit, and they would come 5 days a week. And then it was like, hey, I think we have something real here. And so we decided that, hey, the best way to do this, let's start paying for their gym memberships to hold them accountable, because veterans get free things all the time. And so it was like, hey, we'll hold them accountable to going to CrossFit at minimum 3 days a week. We'll pay for their membership. It'll create a loyalty, it'll create conversation. And it's worked really, really great.
Well, I think it kind of gets rid of that barrier of who our veterans are and what they're doing. I think from like a very broad scope, we can have holidays like Veterans Day and Memorial Day, and it's kind of like, we're super grateful for what they've done, but it's them, it's not a person. So by getting veterans into the gym, it's putting a face to the name and showing that they're real people, and they're people that are oftentimes struggling. And so creating that kind of like human connection with, again, the folks that are giving everything for us, it makes it a bigger impact for the people who are here, and also maybe donating or just like being a good friend to the people that are coming in through Valor Fit.
As a CrossFit affiliate, this is a no-brainer, and I think it comes down to having the support system in place that, you know, each of us want to create a home, and a third home we talk about, where you get really excited to go with a community into a space, and you get to work on your fitness, and even more so, you get to work on the relationships in life. And for a veteran, you've got to be able to find a really comfortable place where they can get uncomfortable, if that makes sense, right? We want to put them in vulnerable positions that are safe. And as an affiliate, you know, we don't work with everybody at Valor Fit. We want to find the right fits for people that share these visions, share these values, and can create homes for people and veterans that, hey, it may not just be 6 months to a year where they feel, you know, a little scared to be there and a little vulnerable, but then they can create a really long-term, sustainable future within that community, and that's the perfect place to be with CrossFit affiliates.
So I think the veterans need to understand that this is an opportunity. It's a new way of life. It's an opportunity to put away the past, open a new door, and get to do something with people that is fun, on a team, in a positive environment that is hard work, and getting veterans to understand that this is a better way. This isn't the only way, but it is a much better way than what they're doing now. And so if they ask for some support, we provide that support, and we're super proud to do that. So if you go to valorfit.org, there's a veterans tab. Veterans can apply. It's a super simple form, and it comes directly to me, and my eyes are the only ones that see it. We keep this very personal, and then I get back with you to 7 to 10 business days.
It's all about grit. There is no doubt that this event is going to go down as one of the most memorable in CrossFit Games history.
She is putting in maximal effort expert here, and you've got to respect it.
Here comes the crowd behind Rebecca Fusela. This is fantastic.